new ways. And part of understanding tech and using tech in its best way are as listening and communication tools that will make our lives better. So I'm now going to introduce Akash Mehta, who will be our first speaker. He's a dear friend, and Akash is a British entrepreneur and an influencer. He graduated from the Imperial College in London in engineering, and he previously worked at Burberry, Estee Lauder Companies, and Dior. Currently, he's the founder of Fable & Mane, an Ayurvedic-inspired hair wellness brand, and his own conscious digital agency, Akash Agency. Recently, Akash was placed on Forbes 30 Under 30 list in media and marketing, and has been sharing his marketing expertise at some of the largest conferences and universities around the world, including TEDx. With near 300,000 followers on Meta_A, Akash is now focusing in his Voice for Good as a global guardian for UNICEF and his newly launched fund with his sister. So we're going to hear from Akash, and we are going to hear how he has taken his knowledge of branding and of digital media and of social media to use for social good. With that, I will now introduce Akash Mehta. Thank you, Akash.
Hi, Eddie. Thank you so much for the introduction and also for your prior message. So with further ado, I'll start the presentation. I'll share my screen. Perfect. So today my topic is all about mindfulness and millennial conscious social branding, stemming around the world of social media, predominantly kind of deep diving into Instagram as the main focus, which is often the most discussed platform today. Coming from someone who is a millennial and is surrounded, from the birth of Instagram till now around social media, it's very important today to understand consciously what it is to be on these social media platforms and how to mindfully, consume the abundance of material that we have on these platforms. So I think the first point to start with is to understand social media first in general. So today, the average person does check their phone every 12 minutes, and that's around 30,000 times a year. And they have on average over nearly 8 social media accounts, ranging from even WhatsApp to LinkedIn being one of these. And I think the statistic is actually a lot higher in reality, especially those who are probably tuning in being on their phones a lot. We spend a lot of hours a day on these social media accounts. So it is true to say that we are surrounded by it. And the one thing that's super important today is to understand how we consuming it and are we conscious of that. But I think the best way to kind of deep dive into that is to understand who are the main people that are pioneering the social media platforms. And these are traditionally known as influencers. Now, influencers meaning not number of followers. 1 million followers does not mean necessarily an influencer. These are people who you admire to follow on your platforms. Someone who has a sort of a power to influence the perception of yourself. Of course, they should have 3 key factors. They should have a sense of reach, contextual credibility in what they're speaking about, which in turn allows them to be that desire to be followed, and in some cases salesmanship. So the higher the factors of these, the higher the influence potential, and that's why traditionally today those that have millions of followers are known to be the top influencers of today. And often when you think of influencers, we do think of very positive words. There's happiness, they're inspiring, they're motivating, they're great for education and building a community. And I think that goes without saying, but it's very important to understand where are we heading and what's the sort of message that's maybe being lost in translation to a more younger generation, the next wave of people that are going to start consuming the internet, and especially those a lot younger. The problem is today, to get to this sort of level of influence, and traditionally speaking, having more followers, leads to us to follow a false path. We all now, a lot of people are very interested to be an influencer, and they go, down the paths that are not organic. For example, becoming a social media advocate just to get monetary benefits, like getting paid. People end up buying fake followers, which is a huge issue today, and I think exists in not only individuals, but also for brands. Over collaborating and becoming a sort of an ad account and no longer having a sense of authenticity or conveying a true message. Also, not really always being ourselves, over editing images and sort of conveying the best parts of our life, which in turn separates our own reality to a more virtual false persona. And the last is spending too much time to gain this success. So today, a lot of children, a lot of kids, a lot of adults are very much interested in gaining more followers and the benefits that usually are considered with those, but unfortunately are taking the wrong path in doing so. And with this, we're seeing a rise of people that are becoming, in a way, influencers, especially mainly due to the fact of buying fake followers, which often is the easiest way into this kind of this market. But interestingly enough, that the people are seeing this fatigue. And an influencer friend of mine actually posted recently a story to her audience, asking, how do you feel when you see an ad, and how do you see when you see perfect feeds and the perfect sort of life on Instagram? And the answers were very interesting. I mean, a lot of people found a sponsored post to be fake, nearly 75%, and more so alarmingly, everyone seemed to be on this 50-50 breaking point where they weren't sure how they feel about the future of social media. They see the equal amount of pros and cons. They see people that makes them feel inspired, but also self-critical. They also feel happy and sad when they scroll through social media. But the most important, after they spend the time that they actively choose on social media, they feel drained. And I think this is something that perhaps today in society, we're not consciously thinking about, listening to ourselves and understanding how do we actually feel when consuming the internet, or even when pursuing the goals of being, for example, an influencer or having a sense of following on these accounts. And this was a very interesting learning point. And this is what made me go deeper into this. As someone who has an Instagram following myself, I personally have turned off accepting any paid ads for the last 3 years. And I've personally only post about things that mean something to me. And I found myself a lot happier in doing so because I'm really reflecting my true persona, albeit I might not get as many likes or I might not grow as quicker. For me, I'm being most authentic self. And when I saw this pie chart, the first thing I saw without looking at the title was, it seems like this pie chart is showing that millennials are spending more time on social media than the matures, or they enjoy social media. But actually, when I looked deeper and I found the title, it's the millennials that are showing the most signs of negative effects of social media on their physical and mental health. And it was from this pie chart and this kind of graph that I realized, wow, okay, something needs to be done. And I don't think enough people are talking about it or even trying to address it, because it is a big issue today. And if we don't address it now, we are going to be causing more and more negative effects on our mental health. And this is proven scientifically, and many, many studies have been done that show social media does have negative effects on mental health and on your brain. And when a poll was done to 20,000 people, where they felt, does social media do good for your mental health? The answers were very clear, being either 50-50 or negative, but very, very little were positive solely. And I think that was a big alarming point. So from this moment, I sort of wanted to then go a bit deeper and understand, okay, I think I've understood the perception is very clear to me. People are worried about their mental health and people are not sure in the future of social media. But is there any scientific evidence to back this up? And I started to find out that nearly 9% of the world population, that's the population of the USA, has internet addiction disorder. And this is what's sort of been found, but there's probably a lot more. And what this means basically is there's been an increased level of dopamine that's been excreted in the brain, which is a chemical that's sort of causing an addiction. Like when you go gambling and you get addicted to gambling, this is what dopamine does to you. And it's actually proven that changes in the white matter of the brain are caused from internet addiction disorder. So this made me realize, wow, there's actually scientific evidence that we are seeing changes, but only because this is so new in the last 10 years, can we not really necessarily see the effects. So, for example, changes in white matter of the brain can cause Alzheimer's at a much earlier age. Right now, the average user who's having this effect is in their 20s. They won't see these effects till later when the damage is too late. So for me, I think bringing awareness to the light, but also, not saying, this is something that we should completely abolish, but are we mindful in how much are we consuming the internet, and do we need to be consuming it for X amount of time each day? And another fact that was also quite alarming is also in terms of privacy, security on your data. A lot of the times we don't realize, but even there was an algorithm that was made in machine learning that found that 70 of your likes that you do on photos, so 70 posts that you like, a machine can know more about you and your interests than your friends can. And 300 likes of yours can know more than your spouse. And that was quite alarming to me to realize, yeah, we're actually, a lot of our, personal interest is out there on the internet, and are we even being secure on that, and how we're being, how much data is being shared? So a couple of points I want to make sure, for people to take away, and it's very easy to do, is just be mindful on the safety angle of social media. So avoid geotag locations where people can know where you're located. If you're going to message companies, message them privately, because a lot of people can also end up finding your message and then calling the company, pretending to be you, asking for a claim, and then they find out your address, or they can find out your password just from that conversation on the phone. Try to keep an account private if you can. Always allow two-factor authentication. Assume everything you post is public, no matter what, because once it's on the internet, it rarely can go. And try to avoid real-time posting. Live in the moment and delay everything a little bit, so that it just takes one person to be in the wrong place at the wrong time for a big problem to happen. So these are just some points from a safety point of view and your data point of view that I think is very important. But if I was going to sum up the whole general message about mental health, safety, physical health, these are 6 tips that I would love to recommend to everyone out there, especially the millennial generation, who are perhaps not consciously kind of considering their social media usage each time, is pay attention to your social media usage. I personally, for example, with my friends, I have a competition every week. We share our screen time, and the one who's got the most screen time has to, give a donation or, pay something. It's sort of like a little game we play, but it actually forces me to not have to be very selective how much I'm using my phone, because I want to, beat my friends. And I think that's a very fun way to also be very careful and very smart with your usage. Approach it mindfully, so really think twice. What am I consuming, and do I need to consume this content? Vet and limit content. So listen to your moods. If you're feeling self-critical, if you're looking at someone's photo and you're feeling a little bit down, perhaps unfollow them, or perhaps block their content for a while, because we can choose. That's the beauty of social media. We can choose what we want to see and what we don't want to see by who we end up following. Detoxing is very important, like we do with dieting and everything. It's very important to do the same. Listen to your moods and behavior. So really make sure that you really are aware of how you're feeling. And if you're feeling down, it's a moment to not be on the internet, but perhaps be more for yourself and address the issues. And always remember, real life triumphs all. And that's the most important, because your virtual life won't stay with you forever, but your real life will. So that's just my little deep dive into the topic. And Eddie, I'll come back to you.
That was fabulous, Akash. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Really, really good. Yeah. So we have 10 minutes for Q&A. If anyone has any questions, you can put them into the into the Q&A area. I thought that was a very conscious approach to social media. I mean, exactly what you said. I really like about the different things you covered in regards to mindfully using social media and what some of your strategies are, as well as safety too. That really made me think. Yeah. Now, I don't know what a geotagging a location is. What did that mean exactly?
That means when you put where your location is. So if I put, for example, I'm in this specific, I'm in this mall, Westfield Shopping Centre, and I post a photo or in my story, people then know, oh, exactly in that moment you're in this location.
I see.
Yeah.
Something. So tell me, you had this amazing career with Dior that you just left, and you started Akash Agency with this idea of conscious media and branding. So tell me a little bit about what made you want to do that and what your goals are with Akash Agency.
Definitely, yeah. So for me, I think my biggest, I loved working for corporate giants like Estée Lauder, Dior, and what I felt is because of, unfortunately, the structure of big companies, there are certain limits in things that can be done. There are processes in place, and in a way, rightfully so. What I felt is the fastness of social media, especially digital today, and how quick it's moving. I felt a lot of the time internally we weren't being quick enough or agile enough because of certain rules in the company, but also perhaps not listening enough to the market. And I felt for me, I was looking out there, worked with many agencies in the past, and I felt there wasn't really any digital agencies that specialize in, yes, we do digital, but I will do it sustainably for the business and for your branding. For example, we don't prioritize payments. I don't say, oh, yes to everything. If I feel something shouldn't be done, and if it hasn't got a right reason or authentic story behind it, I won't accept to do that collaboration with a partner of mine. So I wanted to help that side of things, but also in terms of also budget allocation. A lot of the time we spend a lot of money on digital, a lot of time and effort without really thinking of the 360 behind it. It just becomes very one-on-one marketing of we have a brand, we have a product or a service to sell. What's the return? So my whole angle is turning it upside down and reverse engineering it. And I think that's what ends up creating a much more conscious approach to digital marketing.
Do you think that a lot of the big companies and maybe even smaller companies have a misunderstanding of what digital media is for and how to even use something like Instagram?
Yeah, I think one of my experiences working in companies is I'm coming in. I've been fortunate where I've come in quite senior in some of these companies, but there is someone above me, perhaps someone who has been there before, or has a lot more years and experience. And what I try to tell a lot of my employers was that it's not about corporate experience that makes you a great digital marketer. It's about, digital or social media has been existing just as long as I've been using it since anyone else. So if I've worked 20 years in corporate, doesn't mean I'm less knowledgeable in digital than someone who has worked in 20 years in marketing. So I felt a lot of the decisions in the corporate environment were based on comfortability of, oh, this is what I'm used to, this is what we've done in the past, and this is what we'll do. Open to suggestions, but we'll test those suggestions slowly, but we've got to do what we know. And for me, it's sort of like every day in social media is like reset mode. There's always a new learning, there's always a new way to work. Even today, I would say like maybe a year ago, I would have felt like a super digital expert. Today, if you'd ask me about TikTok, I'm not an expert whatsoever. Like, it's moving so quickly. And I think that's what it takes is to really listen in digital more than you speak. And I felt that's what I felt was lacking a lot in a lot of these places.
You seem to be really taking a quality over quantity approach now to even your own personal. What do you tell us about that?
Yeah, so like in terms of my agency, or in terms of
your agency, and also like your personal account, you have almost 300,000 followers, but I see you going through and taking people out who aren't being active.
Yeah.
And you're really interested in developing quality base rather than thinking, oh, now I got 300,000, I can get to 500,000.
Totally. For me, there's actually, I really feel today it's more of a benefit to have less qualitative audience than a lot of followers that are not relevant. It's really about feeling close to your audience and also making it very much more, and that's also sustainable, the value of your audience. And once you also have the audience, are you taking the time to establish that connection and also sort of understand the value of each one individually, as opposed to, oh, okay, I already achieved 5,000 followers, let me now get 5,000 more, which is what a lot of people do. So for me, I'm spending the time, for example, I do like take out fake followers, which will come normally without me wanting it. So I have like every day I delete followers because I don't want an inflated fake amount. But at the same time, I want to make sure first, before I go on to kind of thinking about how do I expand my reach, which is something that many people would think today, my first job is how can I first make sure that all my current audience, I've got a strong connection with them. And that's why recently I've actually just launched a 2-month digital course every Friday now. And it's going to be a free course for my followers initially. And already that's my way to say, okay, I don't need to fight. I want to help you guys that's been on the journey with me for free. And it's not really about anything else but that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to take your course. Do you want to tell everyone where they can find it?
Yeah, so you can just sign up on akashagency.com. I think we sold 90% of the slots. There's 1,000 per live stream. I might increase it maybe after this to even more. And it's free. There's going to be specific deep dives into influencer marketing, Google Analytics, email marketing, very specific topics. And I'm going to share all the secrets I've learned at Dior, at Lauder, all my time, and share it all for free. Because right now is a time where it's the time for giving and the time for learning. So that's my, yeah.
Amazing. And what you said about feeling closeness with the people who are on the stream, I think that that's a message, of course, of authenticity and of care for your personal brand, and the understanding of what your personal brand is something that I see you're able to help people define, whether it's Dior or whether it's a hotel, and you've been helpful with me also. We talk about the program I do every morning on Instagram Live, and so you have a good following in terms of showing up every morning. And what that helped me to do was think when I saw the numbers and when I would see people adding on or people dropping off to really remember that every number there is a person.
Yeah.
It's not a number for a goal of I want this many followers. Followers are people, and people who are coming into your live streams, every single person is a person. And so that just helped me to remember, okay, we're dealing with people here, and people all have feelings.
Yeah.
And
we forget a number. I mean, even when we say 10 people like my photo, that's like how I try to do it. I try to think, imagine 10 people in front of me. Like, to me, that's a lot of people, right? So I think that's the problem with social media is we prioritize a number over the value of that number. So I think if we can try to do that more, we become less obsessive about, augmenting numbers and more about building a relationship with those numbers.
Yeah, that's very nice. And I think, in the 3 minutes I have left, I think this might be a good place to get some final thoughts on. If we're talking about wellness within tech, if we're talking about wellness within social, your points were so good in the slideshow. Let's talk about not just us, but the people who are engaging in our media for a moment. And what are your thoughts on that, on their well-being and being exposed to us?
So it cuts off a bit at the end. So about the unfair well-being of. So can you repeat that?
The well-being of the people who are watching what we're doing.
Yeah, and how to build that.
How to think about that.
I think that's where like you sort of once you've established who your audience is and how you know who if once you know more about the value of them, can you only then understand how to impact that with their well-being? Because of course everyone will need a unique way of talking to, you know, for some people it's easy to say take 10 minutes every morning to meditate. For some others, it's you can say take an hour, and for others, they can say, "Look, I have 100 things to do. I don't have the time." So I think, you know, the way you do it is offering a variety of ways that everyone can adapt themselves to and make it as sort of universal as possible. But once you then, I feel the right way from a sort of a person with an influence view is to really try to focus on having a segment or an audience that isn't too wide, that you can be very direct and genuine to. And that's why it goes then beyond the number, but more in even losing followers to have the right audience, to then spread the right message. And I think that's what can happen today is a lot of people on social media, because they have too many followers, they end up not knowing how to directly impact. It's easier just to spread a nice message, but then they have to go very vague or very blanket approach without necessarily concrete ways, because they're scared that not everyone will react the same way. Whereas if you know, look, my audience is, for example, for me, if I knew my audience is all from India and they all are X amount of age, I could be a lot more direct in the way I say things and assume certain things than right now where I have the issue where I have following all over the world and perhaps my method isn't so easily accessible for everyone. So I think that's where it comes to, is understanding your audience and maybe trying to be a bit more streamlined with your approach.
Beautiful. That was fabulous, Akash. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eddie.
And people can find you at akashagency.com.
Yep, for the courses, absolutely.
And everything else. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Eddie, and have a great day and lots of wishes, everyone. Thank you.
Next, and then folks, we'll be up with Eliza.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the fantastic speakers from the Future of Wellness track. Valery Sharapov, CEO and founder at Maliva. From Russia, Alina Shaidulina, founder at Future of Wellness from Belarus. Akash Mehta, co-founder at Fable and Main from the United Kingdom. Eliza Vinokurova, co-founder at A23 from Latvia. Misha Lyolin, CEO at Zeptolab from the United Kingdom. Vladimir Batiev, principal consultant at Zaz Ventures from Belarus. Daniel Kraft, founder and chair at Exponential Medicine from the United States. Stacy Bendit, CEO and creative director at Alice Plus Olivia from the United States. Curated by Eddie Stern, founder at the Breathing app from the United States.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Wellness Stream at Emerge. I'm absolutely thrilled to present our next speaker, Eliza Vinokurova. She is a mindfulness-based stress reduction specialist and teacher, and she has a passion for observing meditation from the point of view of science and the effects of meditation on the brain in all different types of ways. She's a popularizer of the modern approach of meditation as a wellness practice. She is a biohacker practitioner, as well as the co-founder of the marketing agency A23. She's also the organizer of the International Conference on Continuing Education, the ED Summit, Lifelong Learning, a Paradigm Shift in Education. So as Eliza has said, right now we live in an area of digitalization. We have an abundance of information, and so today we face new challenges. How to learn to manage ourselves in the attention of our own free will, not succumbing to numerous distractions. Neuroscience, biohacking, and mindfulness and meditation practices are the most accessible methods that we have for transforming the mind. They are old methods, but the latest research confirms a myriad of neural, biological, and behavioral changes. And it fundamentally changes the attitude that we can have towards these meditation practices. How do we apply these things in our everyday life, and what biohacking tools allow us to more effectively manage ourselves? So these are all some of the specialties of Eliza. Now I have to tell our listeners today and everyone who's sitting in with us, she's slightly nervous because English is not her preferred language, but she's going to do amazing. And we welcome you, Eliza, and I give the stage to you now for your presentation on how neuroscience and biohacking tools influence the quality of our life. Go ahead and take it away.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'd like to share with you my thoughts about what I'm observing and using on practice for the last couple of years now, and how these tools might affect your life and boost your productivity and raise your effectiveness to help in some way to act and spend less time and do more and enjoy your life, your work, your sleep, and the rest great things. So there are some very effective new technologies which help to improve well-being, health, and performance. A few words about me and how I found myself in this. For a moment, I'm a mindfulness-based stress reduction specialist, the observer of meditation from the point of view of science. I popularized the modern approach of meditation as a wellness practice, and I also use some biohacking tools and methods on my own practice too. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a co-founder of a marketing agency since 2005. We're based in Moscow. And for the last 15 years, my activity has been closely connected with marketing and management in advertising and basically event marketing. And now with my partner, we are planning a wellness startup too. So my company has made several thousand events with the participation of a huge amount of different massive figures from all over the world. By the way, the last event we were planned to make in Moscow this June, it was the event with Deepak Chopra, but we had to cancel it due to the pandemic situation. So I'm very lucky because very lucky person, because most of my life I do what I really love. But still, once I found myself familiar to the term burnout in an attempt to do more than hours in a day. At some point, my work outweighed all conceivable and unimaginable boundaries, and at some moment, it became just too much. So I found myself in a situation where, despite having a lovely family and joyful job and a rich change of countries, cities, events, decorations, people, once I took a holiday, and that was my very first trip without work communication through emails or messengers for the past 10 years at that moment. And that during that trip, I realized that 90% of my thoughts were still about work, and I didn't want to think about it, but I couldn't stop it. And that was about 5 years ago from now. Even though I practice some biohacking methods for more than 20 years now, for example, interval fasting, and surely it helps me to stay fit even after having kids. But before that burnout occasion, I've never meditated for more than 1 month period because I had no idea how it really works, and particularly how it changed my brain activity. Since then, for the last 5 years, I was curious about my brain activity, how it works. And I totally crashed on neuroscience disciplines and been searching for methods that work on a journey to well-being, which are based on scientific proofs and are understandable to my Western mentality. You know, one of my best professional skills is that I can analyze and manage like massive blocks of information and pack it into a beautiful and quite short structure. So today I'm driven by technology and the research available to make brain-changing experiences available to everyone. As science continues to advance and I learn, I'm dedicated to continuously improving myself and to popularize the benefits it can provide to other people. So here are a few thoughts on why I think it's so important to all of us. The point is that the world is changing so fast, so does the science. I believe in science engineering new beliefs, and it transforms the way we think. It's transformed our thinking. As I see people face a few key challenges today in the world. The first one is attention management and the ability to concentrate on the main thing in the abundance of information. The second one is mindfulness and the ability to be in the present moment and manage your life. Also, the vision of system contexts and interconnections, the ability to think on your own, to think critically, the flexibility of thinking and the ability to quickly adapt to the changes, and also the ability to be creative and think outside the box. So how can we use these latest researches in neuroscience and the latest discoveries in neurotech for personal transformation in everyday life? I have put together some fundamental principles of the brain that are quite important to know for everyone. If you already know them, that would be a gentle reminder. Fundamental principle about the brain, number one, is that the brain makes a decision before our consciousness. When the brain has already decided to move ahead, consciousness is not yet aware of its decision of the brain. It goes like 0.5 seconds pass, and your consciousness learns about what it should think. And then another 0.2 seconds, and the body reacts, the muscle contracted. So that means that physically we have no control over our behavior. Number two, the brain makes a decision based on past experience. The totality of your past experience determines the totality of your current experience, and everything that surrounds you now. The usual patterns of the mind work are based on the principles as well known as how we see the whole world, and the emotional reactions and the perception of event. The conceptual thinking is like the case how we determine these things in life. The third one, the brain target simplification. When the brain has a choice between two actions, it always chooses one that is familiar to it and has been repeated for many times, because energetically it's more profitable and less expensive. That's why it's so difficult to abandon some old habits in favor of useful new ones. But repeating a new habit for many times, at least 46 times, allows you to replace any old habit. The next one is brain literally becomes what we think. The product of thinking of the future is formed by incoming information in the present. Therefore, the only way to influence the vector of your thinking and behavior is to self-control and control the quality of incoming information, sort of food for your mind, and to use the tools to train the mind. And the last one, brain is very flexible, the neuroplasticity. It's a feature of the human brain which consists of the ability to change under the influence of experience. This feature is described relatively recently. Previously, it was generally accepted that the structure of the brain remains unchanged after its form in childhood. So now we know we can change during the whole life. And basically, all that things that has become known to us over the past decades is more than was known over the last 100 years. Although at the same time, many things are still hidden from us. But neurobiology has already made a huge breakthrough. As you can see, the concept of lifelong learning becoming a must-have reality now to keep up with the times. To be flexible, to be adaptable, to be universal, we have to train ourselves and our brain constantly. So here are a few tips I've prepared for you of some tools and devices which can help to observe yourself and improve your abilities and skills. Most of them I've tried on my own and they work. I don't want to put accents on what exactly I use because I'm not a brand ambassador of any of it, but in my opinion, these things are really useful. Telling frankly, so far I haven't seen a single review that would contain such a set of information in one place, so I'm sure it will be interesting for you. First of all, we have to learn how to learn. These skills, we help to boost brain abilities and our skills. Upgrading our brain with mental training, it might improve cognitive abilities, develop supermemory, increase the speed of reading, and many more. Scientists from Harvard and Stanford found the soft skills provide 85% of a person's success in the profession, and hard skills only 15. Scientifically proven that soft skills are based on the cognitive skills. That is why it's so important to use advanced scientific methods for assessing and developing behavioral competencies, cognitive and personal abilities. So the tools can be used for this are narrow devices for training and home use, which help you to concentrate and train your brain. Scientifically proven apps for brain training, neuroscience-based learning platforms, or brain training with a coach. And here you can also see a few examples of each item, but I'm sure that soon there will be many more. Also, a well-functioning brain is key to high performance. To stay mentally and physically healthy, we have to improve our body abilities through exercise, nutrition, and sleep. That is what the brain needs to function properly. So far, the exercise is a must-have. You can use modern up-to-date techniques that develop the body, not harming it, and to use trackers and measure all your activities. Talking about nutrition, we should use suitable and effective methods of nutrition, which is very individual. For example, interval fasting is suitable for me, the effects of which were proved in 2016 by a Japanese scientist, Asori, who discovered the principle of nutrition, which helps to maintain youth and health. And for this, he actually received the Nobel Prize in medicine. This process is called autophagy. And also we need to supply necessary vitamins and elements, deficiency and excess of which can be detected by a specific blood test almost in any lab in each country. Also, we need a proper sleep. We can use easy biohacks and narrow devices which help to track our sleep and show the detailed feedback which helps to improve deep phase of sleeping and solve some sleep issues. And the tools for these could be used. The devices to track activity, nutrition, sleep, they are multifunctional. Also quantified self-methods through the local labs. Narrow devices to track sleep, blue light blocking glasses, something like that. And to improve quality of sleep. Narrow devices to improve muscle memory. Apps based on neuroscience to improve quality of sleep and concentration. Here are also some examples for each item. When we do such practice as mindfulness, meditation, or breathing, we inject far-reaching and long-lasting benefits in our lives. We lower our stress levels, we get to know our pain, we connect better, we improve our focus, we kinder to ourselves and we kinder to others. Our brain function is essential to our mental and neurological well-being. That is why doing such self-improvement practices, we discover peace and confidence in life. We reduce stress and anxiety. We increase resilience in the face of challenge. We achieve emotional balance. We develop compassion towards yourself and others. We learn how to respond instead of react. So using these methods, you can empower yourself to choose how you live your life. Our overall health starts with our brain. Just like we look after our bodies, it's important to keep our brains healthy too. These headsets and apps are really easy to use. They are harmless and safe for the brain and useful for improving abilities and skills. Now we can strengthen our brain anytime and anywhere. And no matter what's happening around, these will instantly help you to concentrate if you need to, or meditate, or better sleep, or whatever. We all know the impact improved mental fitness can have on our daily basis and daily life and long-term health. And I believe that should be an option for everyone. So these tools are neuro devices, which gives you neurofeedback for meditation and breathing. Neurostimulation devices for stress relief and concentration. Breathing apps, heart rate variability trackers that also can be combined with neural interfaces and improve quality of meditation. We can boost breathing and meditation skills using tech develops, which work as a tracker or as a stimulator and also as an accelerator for training these skills. You know, I have a feedback from one of my students who bases in Los Angeles, and he participated in the biohacking course where I was invited to read a topic on modern ways of meditation and told about these devices. So he said that he was surprised with the results of his heart rate variability from the very first time of use one of these devices I've mentioned during the lecture. And the result was much higher than his normal meditation routine. And before that, he was practicing for at least 200 hours. That's a lot. It's like a few years of meditation. Just imagine how these tools might help you to accelerate your skills. While devices are scientifically more affordable than private clinics, which can cost like hundreds of euros or dollars per session, I understand that this still represents a notable investment for some. But anyway, most of these devices and technologies are available by average cost, like which varies around 100, 200 euros, which is as an investment in your development will certainly pay off many times. Well, I think everyone is a superhuman. The thing is that not all of us know that this possibility belongs to everybody. Thank you for your attention.
Wonderful, Liza. Thank you so much. That was a fabulous presentation. If you want to keep the slides up, we can. Maybe we'll talk about a couple of those slides.
Okay.
One question that I'd like to ask you is, as a biohacker practitioner,
yeah,
if we can call such a thing, how much time do you think a person should spend on using these technologies or devices to monitor their life? And do you think that at a certain point, people should learn their own neural regulation through sensing what their body needs and not have to depend too much on devices?
Well, in my opinion, the biohacking methods and all this story, it's about how a person being healthy can change the quality of his life through an in-depth analysis of his vital signs, habits, and condition of the body and mind. The society actually has measured a request for the personalized prevention and medicine. And biohacking is an approach in which individual characteristics are taken into account and recommendations are given and some treatment is prescribed. This is a new big market for business. However, there are like a few buts. This market needs to be built on a solid scientific basis. Serious clinical studies must be carried out not only for drugs, but also for different kinds of diets, human behavior regimes, physical training, and dietary supplements. And this should be done not only by individual interested people, but also by patient organizations, investors, pharmaceutical companies, and this requires high costs. In addition, the difficulty is that the specificity of biohacking is personification. It's very individual methods and solutions for each, which complicates the system for tracking the effectiveness of methods in the masses. The best biological hacking results are due to the fact that you are knowledgeable and careful about what works for your body and what doesn't. In my opinion, the main task of this direction is the ability to prevent problems with physical and mental health, prolong life expectancy, right, longevity, and improve its quality. So the degree of satisfaction with one's condition, mood, which is also directly related to our biochemical processes in our body. So I think it took different time for each person. That's why it's hard to say, like for some people it will be enough a few months to practice in some way, depending on what they need to solve. For some people it will take a few years.
So with all of the different methodologies and technologies that you presented, you know, some people who are very, very over enthusiastic might say, I'm going to get all of those apps and all of those devices, and I'm going to change my exercise, my meditation, my sleep, my this, that, the other. I'm going to do cold showers. I'm going to everything. So how would you advise people who do not have individualized guidance to approach choosing one or two biohacking modalities to incorporate into their life?
Well, it really depends on where you are now, since everyone has their own tasks, goals, problems that need to be solved. Therefore, it's worth starting with determining where you are now and what you are striving for. Identify weaknesses, everything that interferes with the path of prosperity, and work for this systematically, step by step, day after day. In fact, the practice of mindfulness, meditation, they cost nothing but attention, your attention and system approach. Attention, in my opinion, is an energy. So the more you pay attention to this, the more noticeable the result you will see. For example, regular practice for 20 minutes a day will significantly change the general condition and context of 1 month. As for devices, everything that helps to measure oneself, helps to study oneself, to learn better. And that means to correct what interferes and strengthen one's mental, emotional, and physical condition. As for me, like how I started, my experience, well, it allows me to say that any kind of imbalance can begin negatively affect on your life. And of course, on all of your life aspects as well, like work, business, and everything the rest. And this is actually a very simple story to understand. Like any imbalance carries destruction. Sooner or later, but it always does. Someone is faced with health problems, someone with a relationship, other with something else. To prevent this, it's necessary to pay attention to balancing the spheres of life and all your systems. What it gave me? Well, this helped me to balance the different spheres of my life, to pay attention to the topics that I needed to pump. For example, at some realized that there are a huge number of techniques for remembering information or speed reading, which allows you to learn more effectively, like perceive information faster and at the same time to spend less time on it. This is precisely the point of mental training. It helps to use your organic tools more efficiently, more effectively, spend less time on training and do more. As for my appearance, I'm 33 years now. I have children, and I have a specific case of significant improvement in the quality of my skin, posture due to regular meditation practices. I'm not, I'm not one of those who use beauty injections. Moreover, I'm simply afraid of them. So when at some point I realized that due to the fact that I spent a huge number of hours in front of a computer and move a little, like at that time my physical activity was minimized, my spine and my skin, and because these things are really connected, found some bugs that I wanted to fix. And now I can say with confidence that certain significant improvements have been achieved without any external intervention by adjusting my lifestyle, introducing mental and contemplative, like some different practices and balancing several areas of my life. Rebooting, like when you reboot your brain, you reclaim your day.
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
So let's take a couple of questions. I see one here that says, what do you think about mobile applications for meditation? Are they effective?
Well, I know that for a moment, the only platform which has scientific proofs that it works is a Brain FM app. All the rest platforms, like for the moment, the last time I checked it a few months ago, still they hadn't. They had no confirmation that this really changed in some way. Like they put on some researches that don't belong to them, but they don't do their own research for a moment. Maybe Calm or the headset, right? Maybe they started already, but for a moment, like a few months ago, there still wasn't anything like that. The Brain FM app, they use artificial intelligence platform, which has a patent, and they make the different kind of sounds. You choose 3 streams. You want to concentrate, or you want to meditate, or you want to have a better sleep, and you choose any of each stream, and you actually can see it now on my screen. And
which one is it?
This one.
Okay.
Do you see the cursor?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, they use artificial intelligence, and they have patent, and they have researches behind that. So it really works.
Great.
You need 10, 15, more than 10 minutes to get in this to get meditated, or to get concentrated, or to get inside a nice, good sleep.
Yeah, wonderful. So I think we are now out of time. Thank you for a fabulous presentation and answering the questions so wonderfully.
Thank you.
Is there a way that people can contact you if they're interested in learning more?
Okay.
How do they do that?
Everybody, thank you so much to organizers. Thank you so much, Eddie.
And what is your Instagram account so people can follow you?
It's Liza Vinokurova 23.
Okay, so folks, you should definitely go there. And if you read Russian, then you're in luck. And if you don't, then you can use the Instagram Translate like I do when I follow all of her posts.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining, and we hope to see you again in the future. Everyone else who's going to be staying on or joining us again, our next talk will be the future of online yoga and fitness, building virtual wellness experience. That will be with myself and Misha Lyalin, and it will be moderated by Vladimir Batayev.
Good afternoon, good evening. You are at the future stream of the Emerge conference, and we're just about to start a session on yoga tech and the future of yoga. And I'm your host today. My name is Vladimir Bataev. I'm a consultant at an investment consultancy, Zaz Ventures, where we fund European deep tech companies. And today I have a great pleasure of moderating discussion with two extremely well-known and very accomplished gentlemen, Eddie Stern from New York and Misha Lalin from, I guess, Russia and London. I think you know them very well by now. In case you've missed the opportunity, let me quickly remind you. Misha is the chairman and the CEO at Zeptolab. He's the mastermind behind the very famous game Cut the Rope. And he has funded, led and exited several startups. And now he's active as an investor at Kite Ventures. And Eddie Stern is a Ashtanga yoga teacher, lecturer, and a researcher. He's the author of multiple books, including the recent One Simple Thing. He's also the founder of the Rumi Street Temple in New York. And he's also taught lots of people, including Madonna and Gwyneth Paltrow. And I had to mention that. And he's also behind the Breathing app. And that's something we're going to discuss today. And I'd like to begin with the usual question you ask people involved with yoga. How did you start practicing yoga? How did you end up doing that? Misha, I'd like to start with you.
Thank you for the introduction. About 7 years ago, I had back pains. Pretty usual things for someone who's almost 40 and doesn't really take care of himself. So I tried many doctors. Long story short, I found a yoga studio in Moscow, led by Ksenia Trushakova, who became my master, and I started practicing Ashtanga. Back then I had no idea, and really to me it was no difference. I couldn't really do much. And then so some years later, I'm a founding investor in yoga business, in the yoga app. So yoga definitely changed my life, and I hope it would affect so many more people.
Okay, Eddie, and for you, I think the story started a little bit earlier. I've read that you went to India to practice with the founder of the Ashtanga Yoga School, Sri Patabi Joyce, already in early 90s, if I'm not mistaken. How did you find yourself there?
Well, I started practicing yoga in around 1987 in New York City. And I came about it. I was just out of high school, so I was 18 or 19 years old, and I was on a spiritual quest. And I came across yoga in the midst of that quest. About a year later or so, when I was 20, right after I turned 21, actually, I went to India for the first time. And that's really all I've been doing since then. I started teaching yoga at 21. And since 1989, this has been all I've done with my life, really. So I started yoga really as a spiritual quest to know who I was and what meaning was in my life, what purpose was in my life, and what the meaning of the world was. And that's a journey that still continues today.
Right. And I'm wondering, how did you realize you're no longer a student, but a teacher? How did you make that transition?
Well, I still consider myself very much a student, and I am studying things all the time. You can continue to be a student of yoga even with the things that you've learned by continuing to pay attention to them as you do them. So even if you think you know how to do a sun salutation or you know how to do a forward bend, the awareness that you're supposed to bring to the actual practice you do every day is that as if you're doing it for the first time with new eyes, with new awareness. And so the practice of yoga essentially is the practice of awareness. And if you are going to practice being aware in as many moments of the day as you possibly can, especially in your practices of meditation, your breathing, your postures, then that means that you are a student of yourself. You are a student observing yourself and seeing what happens as you engage in these practices. And then what you give to people is your own experience. So the only thing we can offer to someone as a teacher is the level of experience that we have. But my experience 10 years from now is going to be more subtle and evolved than it is today. And if I'm teaching the same thing today in 10 years, from the way I know it now, that means that I'm stuck in the past, I haven't grown, I haven't evolved, and then the students who come to learn from me are going to suffer for it. So what we want to do is we want to be constantly being aware of the changes that we experience, the new things we discover as students, and then that's what we're going to give to the people who come to us. So you might be a teacher, but you're always, always, always a student. And the same thing is true with technology. The technology we have today is not the technology we had 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago. And if we tried to hold on to the technology we had 5 years ago, is what everyone should be doing today, then you would be behind in the world. So we have to keep evolving. And that's part of the Hindu tradition. Change and adaptation is part of the Hindu tradition.
That is an excellent bridge into what I wanted to talk more about today, and the role of technology in yoga. And I think it's interesting that Misha is a technologist who turned yogi. And in your case, you started with yoga and then went into technology, in a sense. So now you both represent two different kinds of apps, the Xenia app that Misha has funded and the breathing app. Can you tell a little bit about these apps, starting with you, Misha? What does it do, and what makes it special?
So look, as I just said, technology is an important part here in teaching yoga with any kind of home activity, especially with COVID, right? And with so many people realizing that practicing at home is now a necessity rather than an opportunity or just an option. More and more people will be practicing, and since the 80s, the only technology that really was available is video, right? And that technology now has been, in addition to that technology, there's now live instructions that yoga teachers can have with students over Zoom or other type of software. But for self-practice, it hasn't changed. It's still video, maybe now in form of an app, which you subscribe to and you watch a video, and that's about it. First of all, when you practice yoga, you shouldn't look. You should focus on what it is that you do. So with that, video technology is not good for yoga, period, right? So what we have created, a technology that basically is based on vision. Computer vision is a form of machine learning that allows computer to see what it is that you do. Most importantly, what you're doing wrong, what you're doing right, and it also allows you to remove background, so you can practice in front of a very, very Russian rig and still get very Russian rug and still get the experience out of app. So it watches you and tells you what to do. Yeah. So basically, Xenia Yoga app watches you as you practice and tells you what to do. That's the basic promise of the app.
And it gives you feedback about how you're practicing, how you're doing your asanas. Is that correct?
Yes. First, it gives you instructions. Yeah, it tells you what to do. And if you're not doing something correctly, it tells you, okay, lift your legs higher, straight, your back straight. It understands like how curvy your back is, for example. It's not a very simple technology that just sees, your movements. It understands some little details as well. So it's fairly suitable for yoga, probably not for advanced level. We first started with more of, I first thought of myself as a beginner yogi, but then we discovered in process that it's not true. So we see our applications for yogis who are trying to get into the field and trying to understand what yoga is, and that's number one. And number two, we also want to empower yoga teachers with our technology, because computer vision allows you to do not just computer telling you what to do, but computer vision allows for yoga teacher to be much more efficient. So our mission here is not our mission here is to, with technology that we have, is to empower both students, people that want to practice yoga, as well as teachers that want to teach.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about this because when doing some research for this talk, I talked to a few yoga teachers, particularly Ashtanga yoga teachers, and many of them said, okay, it's interesting, but it's probably good for the beginners. But in the end, nothing can replace a teacher because of the interaction between the student and the teacher. So how do you see exactly the work in combination with the teacher of this particular app?
Well, first of all, we can provide teacher. So the two parts, one question and two-part answer. So the first part is we can enable teacher-to-student communication in much better way, because computer vision can only show teacher what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. The teacher doesn't have to watch your entire practice to tell you what's right and what's not. So it saves time, right? That's a very simple thing that we can help, and teacher can tell you to correct something even though your practice was remote and without teacher present online. That's what we can do for the teachers, and many more things. But I'd like to just focus on the fact that teacher can have a personal relationship with the student even though teacher was not present during the class, and teacher does not have to watch the entire practice. Secondly, we enable teachers to have much more than just a video, right? So because you can make your own Xenia practice essentially. That's what we're working on right now, and we're going to release a few things down the road where we will have other teachers essentially have their practice in the app. And that's a very different experience because imagine you have a yoga teacher, right? And you can have an app. Okay, it's not for your 1.5 hour practice, right? But it's maybe for your 15-minute practice. But the voice is your teacher's voice. You know, the comments are your teacher's comments. And most importantly, after your practice is done, your teacher can still give you some feedback. I think that's different. It's very, very different experience from video because, you know, video is video. It's dead, right?
I understand. But one thing that many yoga teachers stress is the necessity to avoid any distractions. And technology and mobile phones are like the obvious point of such distractions. How does it work with the Xenia app? Do you have the opportunity to focus on the practice and you keep hearing the voice commenting on something? What did the students say about how it works?
Look, I mean, so first of all, I'd like to state that, just like Eddie said, it's just a beginning, right? The technology that we're bringing into yoga allows us to just chip in very little of what yoga really is, right? So don't imagine that today in 2020 we're going to automate yoga and make everything computerized. No way. So we're going to start small. That's what we're doing, right? We're starting small. We're providing those little things that we can do. So yeah, the phone looks at you. Right, so you set up your phone. You just walk to your room. You set up your phone. It tells you, walk back. Then you look at your phone. You see yourself on the screen. It tells you, okay, fine, I can see you. From that point on, you don't have to look at your phone.
Right.
Yeah. So then it tells you, okay, turn left. Stand. In front of the mat. Raise your hands. Do this. Do that. Basic things. You follow. It also scores you. It tells you how well you did certain things. At the end, you also get pictures of how well you did certain things. And you can not only post them on Instagram and praise yourself and let your friends be proud of you. Be proud of you, but you can also send it to your teacher right now, Very simple.
Okay. Eddie, what do you think about this?
And more later,
Do you see the way to integrate such an application into your teaching approach? Do you see the room for that?
Well, look, one of the jobs of a teacher is to help you see the things that you can't see yourself. And another job of a teacher is to provide you with space and support so that you can accomplish the things that you want to accomplish, and so that your life can improve. And by doing yoga or meditation or breathing practices or any type of whatever it is you're doing to improve yourself, essentially, we would like our lives to be healthier and happier, more compassionate, perhaps filled with an ability to help people in the ways that we can. And so what is technology supposed to do? Technology is supposed to help make our lives better in certain ways. It's supposed to help, medical technology should help us see things about our rhythms that we can't see on our own, like our blood pressure or our respiration rate, oxygen absorption, heart rate variability, vagal tone, all of these things. We need some outer support so we can see these things and then begin to, change the way that we do things so that our lives improve and so do the lives of others around us. So if we can use technology in such a way that makes our life better and have technologies that help us see things about ourselves that we can't see, then that's a good thing. Now, no technology is perfect yet, but no teacher is perfect either. Because when I'm here helping my students, I'm helping the students through the filter of how I think things should be for them. I'm helping them through the filter of all my own personal baggage. Whatever psychological or emotional problems I have, whether I know it or not, I'm going to superimpose those on top of the student in very subtle ways. My ambitions within my practice, I might begin to superimpose on top of my teacher. So when I was younger and I was really gung-ho and going for it, I would make everyone work really hard. And, and sometimes people would get hurt or they would burn out or their practices weren't sustainable. I only have a handful of students now that I had in the 1990s. Why is that? Some of them, maybe it was too much for some of them, or I just plain wasn't a good teacher. And now my views on yoga are the same. Those views are what I'm imposing on my students because I think that's how it should be. Even if I think I'm evolved, I'm still going to impose my views on the students. And so there's no escaping this reality that, you can only teach from your experience level, and technology can only give us what the level of technology is. So for all the teachers who say there's no replacement for a live teacher, actually, there might be if your live teacher is not a good teacher. If your live teacher is an angry person or an abusive person, that person should be replaced. And if technology
with a yoga app,
why not? I mean, and I'm saying this as a yoga teacher. Like, if you happen, or if you live in an area where there are no yoga teachers at all, you have to travel. I mean, I have people now on Zoom saying, I'm so glad to have daily classes on Zoom because there's not a yoga teacher for 4 hours around me. And so, great. So how can you expect that person to have an in-person teacher if they have kids, they have a job, and they can't drive 4 hours to go take a yoga class?
Right.
There are a lot of people in the world, and all the people in the world have different needs. So let's try to address those needs, and let's try not to idealize certain relationships over others and say the ideal relationship is teacher-student relationship. Well, if the teacher is not a good teacher, or they're an abusive person, or they're an angry person, or they have a lot of problems that they're bringing to their yoga class, you might not want to be studying with that person. And right. I've experienced a lot of that in my life too. So I really hesitate, and I do feel strongly about it. Having a teacher who was abusive himself, that there are replacements sometimes, and so people should not idealize that all student-teacher relationships are the best relationship to have. But now, of course, I don't think there's any substitute for human connection. Definitely not. There's no substitute for human connection. But we can learn things without having a live person in front of us. For example, the last thing I'll say in this, Pattabhi Jois's video and primary series has been viewed over 5 million times on YouTube. And I can't tell you how many people have come to me and said, that's where I learned Ashtanga Yoga.
Right.
And they've learned it pretty well. And now I can fill in some blanks for them. You can get a lot done with technology. However, I'm not going to say it's a complete substitute, but I'm also not going to idealize a living teacher.
So you see such technology working in combination with the teacher practice that one is getting in a shala or in a studio.
It's already happening, and it's been happening for years. It started with DVDs, and that was a technology, and it's worked for very many people.
Okay.
Now, of course, a human being had to make that technology, and so let's not forget that part also. A human being had to make that technology. Now we're making the new technology, so hopefully we're improving as we grow.
Right. One thing I wanted to double check with you, whether this technology is there for a certain moment of development of a yoga student, or it will be there staying forever. And the reason why I'm asking is I'm thinking of these yoga tech as a kind of yoga props. And there's a difference of opinion about using props like bricks and other things in the class. And I really like this line, which I found in one of the David Senson's books, about using a book instead of a prop, so that you don't become over-dependent on it. Because, day by day, you remove a page from that book, and then in the end, you don't need it anymore. Do you see such a role of this technology to support you at a certain level and then disappear so that you continue on your own? Or it should be always there with you?
For me?
What is your view on that? Yeah.
Okay. Well, for example, with the breathing app, one of the reasons we made the breathing app was that there's this particular frequency called resonance frequency, and everyone has their own resonance frequency. And it's a certain breathing ratio between 5 to 7 breaths per minute. And many people, especially those who are stressed out, have lost touch with the ability or have never learned how to tap into that frequency. When we breathe at that rate, certain physiological shifts begin to happen with our autonomic nervous system, homeostasis, with vagus nerve signaling. And if you do this particular resonance breathing for about 15 to 20 minutes every day for 5 weeks, you will you'll retrain your body what it feels like to be in that zone. You'll have a visceral sense of calm, and then that's yours to keep. So the reason we created the breathing app was to give people something to use for 5 weeks, to help them establish a visceral sense of this internal rhythm, this slow breathing ratio, to reset their nervous system. And then they didn't have to use the app anymore, because whenever they needed, like for a few minutes a day, they already remembered what it felt like to breathe for that long, and they could count for 6 seconds, in a measured way on their own, and exhale for 6 and inhale for 6, and they knew what to do. So we created the breathing app specifically to retrain ourselves to do something that we either never learned or forgot how to do, and then we could let go of the technology. Then you don't need the app anymore. And that's why we created it. That was our purpose behind it. And so I do think that there are, and I don't know what the idea behind Zini is. I imagine it's a similar thing. You use the technology until you embody the practice on your own, and then you're free to go. The same is true in the guru-disciple relationship in the Hindu tradition, that you stay with the guru until you've learned the practices. And then when you're done, you go off on your own and practice them, and then start to teach. So it's not very different than the way technology can be used also. Use it until you can do it yourself, and then go off and teach others.
Can you imagine an AI yoga teacher staying with you forever instead of your actual yoga teacher in the future?
Of course.
And okay. Yeah,
you can imagine technology. Imagine technology staying with you forever once you start using something, right? Just in general. I mean, you first ask a lot of questions. I mean, will this technology replace humans? Will the cars replace horses, and so on and so forth? It's not the analogy to make here. The technology that we're making just makes people more powerful. Any yoga teacher will tell you if her student uses Eddie's breathing app every day, the practice with the teacher and the amount of knowledge that this teacher can give to the student will be so much greater. And it will only take a couple of minutes a day. Yoga and whatever practice, it only makes sense if it's permanent and if it happens regularly. And here technology can help you better than any human, because human can forgive you. Human cannot be available right now. You can be in a different time zone and human can be sleeping. That happens with me all the time.
Right.
And So look, the metronome is also a technology. You know, music playing on the background is also a technology. Something that hears you breathe is also a technology. So imagination will run a little bit wilder here. So I think the answer is definitely yes. The question is how we're going to make it so empowering teachers and students together, not just replacing teachers with technology. That isn't going to happen. You know?
Eddie, can you imagine an Ashtanga teacher becoming certified by an application which can see everything, recognize everything, look for the perfection in the poses?
I mean, I'm not a technical whiz, but I don't understand, I can't imagine why somewhere in the future this artificial intelligence won't be able to do whatever we program it to do. So, I mean, isn't that what technology does? It does what we program it to do, and then it learns as we use it. So, I don't see why not. That's not the goal of my life to create that kind of thing. I like people and I like teaching, so I'm going to do this for as long as I can. But I can imagine that there's going to be amazing developments in 100 years that we can't even imagine now. And I hope that people are still practicing Ashtanga Yoga 100 years from now so that they can benefit in any ways technology can support them. But I'm sure there'll still be people teaching it. I don't know what the future holds, to tell you the truth. I hope it holds happiness and health.
Right. To summarize, I wanted to ask you, so based on your Eddie's experience with research in neuroscience and other issues related to yoga, and what is the immediate next step that you see? You've done the breathing app. Where do you see the next need for the application of yoga technology?
Oh, I'm not too sure. Misha and I are talking about some collaborations and I agree with him very much that beginning level, entry level practices are best addressed, are the best addressed demographic through technology. We're not really thinking about advanced practitioners. They know enough to do on their own. Let them find, human beings or learn things how they need to. But what we're really looking at with the breathing app and with Xenia is entry-level beginning practitioners who need some support and might not have teachers around them. So, and there's a lot of those people. So there's a big demographic to serve there.
Misha, and you have an immense experience with building games. Do you see any transition or taking over interesting techniques which work in games and bringing them into yoga applications?
Very good question. Look, not that other questions weren't good. They're all good, but I found that everything I do actually turns into a game one way or the other, because people like to play games, and they like to be they like to, the reason why games show you results in a certain way, like, the star, it's because we worked on this for years and years and years, and it works, right? So if we do the same in a yoga app, it works just the same way for you, right? So look, our CEO Alexei has played probably every Kinect game available, and so there are a lot of similarities with technology, So games and yoga, for casual is good.
Okay, clear. Thank you very much. The time has run out very, very quickly. I think we've only scratched the surface of how it can work and what we should expect from yoga tech now and in the nearest future. Thank you very much for your insightful opinions, and looking forward to more conversations, and talk to you later. And thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Wellness Stream at Emerge. It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Daniel Kraft for the future of digital health and biomedicine and where can tech take us. Daniel is the founder and chair of Exponential Medicine. He is a Stanford and Harvard-trained physician, scientist, inventor, entrepreneur, and innovator. He has many years of experience in clinical practice, biomedical research, and healthcare innovation, which has also led to him being a founding faculty member of Singularity University, which is a global learning and innovative community and collaborative platform. Daniel is going to speak about telemedicine, focusing on personalized, data-driven precision medicine, and his recent initiative, the App for WHO, the World Health Organization, to address COVID-19. As well, should be mentioned that Daniel's grandparents are from Minsk, so I think that's one of the ways that we drew him into this conference, and hopefully in other ways as well. I have heard him speak before. We were at a conference together with Deepak Chopra, the sages and scientists, and he was honestly one of the best presenters and completely blew me away, and I went chasing after him and said, hey, can we talk? So here we are today. Daniel, thank you for joining us. And I now give you the stage.
Great. Thank you, Eddie. Spasiba, everybody. Wonderful to be here with you virtually. I've never quite made it to Minsk, but I hope to get there sometime soon. I'm going to share my slides here. And a real honor and pleasure to be with you today. I'm going to talk broadly about the future of health and medicine, digital health and beyond, and where technology can take us, our countries, the planet, and encourage each of you to think about how you can improve your own health and those of your friends and family and community. And as Eddie mentioned, my great-grandparents were from nearby Minsk in a town called Kletsk, I believe. I haven't been there yet either, but I hope to make it there. So I do have roots from Belarus, and I need to learn to speak Russian. So the frame of my talk is a little bit about thinking about how technology is accelerating and coming together to enable us to change and think and even disrupt healthcare in positive ways. Many fields have been changed and disrupted using AI, machine learning, mobile, from our banking to how we get our entertainment. And certainly disruption has come, especially now, through the form of the COVID-19 pandemic. And when we think about all the changes around us, you might have heard of the fourth industrial revolution. The challenge is health and medicine sometimes still seems stuck between the second and maybe the third. And we have the opportunity to really not just innovate in healthcare, but to potentially really disrupt it in positive ways, not just doing things a little bit better, but making some of the old ways completely obsolete, using some of the new tools and technologies we have today and those that are coming soon. So what's catalyzing some of this change? Is it the CEO of the company, the CTO, or certainly the COVID-19 pandemic is accelerating change, particularly in healthcare? And just as a little bit of framing, we're only in the early stages of this COVID pandemic. We're kind of in the first wave. We may have second waves and many other implications from economic to mental health. So I won't just talk about COVID, but I think it's a helpful framework to think about how we need to use technologies and new mindsets and collaborations going forward. So what is the future of health and medicine? Is it the traditional hospital and the four walls? We're starting to think about going from the hospital, whether it's in San Francisco or Minsk, from the hospital and transitioning care more to the home hospital. What kind of healthcare can we do outside of the usual setting of the clinic, the emergency room, the intensive care unit? But I'm not sure about you, but when I experience healthcare, even down the street from me at Stanford Medical School where I trained, or back at Massachusetts General Hospital where I did my residency training 20 years ago, not that much often changes. When I go back to visit the ward at Mass General Hospital, it hasn't changed much in 20 years. The same alarms are beeping. We still are using fax machines. We're still using clipboards in many cases to transmit information. We still have waiting rooms full of patients in San Francisco or Boston or Minsk or anywhere. We still have the same mindsets of how we practice care. And our hospital systems, particularly now, and the waiting room model is getting stressed. We don't want sick COVID patients sitting together in a waiting area, for example. So we need to think differently to address the acute challenges of today and going forward, and get out of our old mindsets and silos and ways we have sort of traditionally architectured healthcare. So it's our challenge and opportunity to think differently, to break open the silos, not thinking about medicine based on anatomy and body parts, but how we're sort of now in a genetic age. We're super connected. We have our digital connected Internet of Things. All these things can reshape healthcare. And part of that is about our mindset. We're talking about wellness with Eddie and others. It's not just about the traditional sick care model, which we usually practice, but how do we use these to bring us more health and real health and care, not just the sick care component. Because our sick care model is really based on getting very small amounts of intermittent episodic data, usually only when you go in to see the doctor or the nurse, maybe for your annual checkup, getting a blood pressure, an EKG, maybe you have diabetes or high blood pressure, or you're writing the numbers down on a notebook and sending it by email or by fax to your doctor. So intermittent episodic data leads to our reactive sick care model. We wait to get sick for the patient to show up with a heart attack or a stroke, or I'm a cancer doctor, an oncologist with late stage cancer, or for the infectious disease or pandemic to arrive. So we need to think, instead of being intermittent and reactive, take many of the technologies that exist today to be much more continuous, with all that information flowing from our wearables, our environment, being more proactive, more personalized, and bringing that care anytime, anywhere, for arguably much lower costs, and making that available for more people. And to move the needle, not just for health and wellness and preventing disease, but to think about optimizing our health span, our general ability, and the health not of us as individuals, but of our communities, our cities, and our countries. And many of us are interested in living a long life. It's not just about years, it's the quality of life. Health span, I think, is more important than just lifespan. So all these technologies can come together to do that. So in this talk, I'm going to try and cover what are we doing now with health and prevention and wellness? How do we think about earlier, better diagnostics? How can therapy be delivered through an app or through a 3D printed product? How do we do better discovery? How do we come together to collaborate? And how do we globalize and democratize technologies to bring healthcare and wellness to more people at lower cost? So there's a lot of thought now about the future of medicine. I was lucky to write the opening article in last year's National Geographic edition, completely focused on the future of medicine. And part of the theme is that technology is accelerating on this exponential path. I think everyone's familiar with sort of Moore's law. The power of computing in our smartphones is getting better and better and doubling almost every 18 to 24 months. That's why we've seen incredible changes in how much memory you can fit, 2 terabytes in a small little card today. How all the technologies I grew up with are now shrunk to something that's become appified and we carry in our pocket. So we've democratized and digitized many technologies. And now that brings access to health and information almost anywhere on the planet. So I want you to become exponential thinkers. Our brains are wired linearly. You think 30 steps and you'd be across my room here. But if you took 30 exponential steps, doubling, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, by the 15th step, you're at 15, 16,000. But by the 30th step, boom, you would be at 1 billion meters. That would be 26 times around the planet. So that's the power of exponentials. That's the power of exponentials, even in the setting of a COVID pandemic, when you get 1 case, 2 cases, 4 cases. Doesn't seem like much, but then a month later, you can be at millions and millions of cases. So you need to become exponential thinkers, because that's where the opportunity of stress and disruption lies. And that gives us a lens to think about reimagining health, wellness, and medicine. So let's look at some of the exponential tools we have. Clearly, the smartphone is becoming a platform for health in many interesting ways. It's really becoming medicalized, from the microphone to the sensors to the video chat capabilities. We're seeing very unique ways to engineer the phone to look inside your child's ear and diagnose an ear infection, for example. And so now all these technologies that fit on a desktop in 2000, 20 years later, are fitting in my Apple Watch. And the Apple Watch is becoming a diagnostic healthcare device. We now have computers the size of a grain of rice that have the memory and capability of my Apple Watch. And those are becoming connected in the Internet of Things, the Internet of Medical Things, now riding 5G in many parts of the world. And 5G and the Internet of Medical Things enables us to really connect the dots and data in new forms. But that creates challenges, right? We have lots of new massive amounts of data coming at us from different forms, from wearables to medical records to our genetics to telehealth. How do we put that together in new empowering ways? Because just having data doesn't mean that that's actually information, that's useful information that translates to actual care for you and your family or to your doctor or healthcare system. So we need to start to narrow that gap and accelerate data to knowledge to utility. I'm involved in the X Prize. We're now trying to pull those pieces together to take data and collaborations from 60 different organizations, particularly in the setting of the COVID pandemic, to think differently. How do we do better triage, testing, diagnostics, monitoring, setting up clinical infrastructure, and not just for this pandemic, but for preventing and managing future ones. Okay, so technology. Technology is great, it's exciting, but it's not a panacea. We need to align the technologies with incentives. And in many healthcare systems, I know it's different in Belarusia than here in California or in London, but oftentimes we practice that sick care side of the equation. Doctors, nurses, healthcare systems are paid to treat disease, not to do wellness and prevention. We're starting to see healthcare systems start to move to aligning, paying for yoga, meditation, wellness, smoking cessation. We need to start aligning incentives. And part of that alignment is to change where healthcare happens, not just in the intensive care unit and the emergency room, but to bring healthcare from the hospital to the home, to the phone, and even inside our bodies, or to your corner pharmacy where more and more care can be delivered, or through telemedicine where you can just be on your mobile device and get your prescriptions done and have a doctor or nurse visit. We're seeing large systems like Walmart move into healthcare, even Amazon, and across Belarusia and beyond, we're having pharmacies getting more engaged in day-to-day health. And part of that is enabled now by our ability to connect the dots, this idea of connected health, mobile health, digital health, taking all this information, putting it together, the data sources, and making that very individualized to you or my patients, and building apps and services on top of that that meet the individual based on their age and language and culture. And it's not just about digital, right? We have all these new amazing technologies that have accelerated: 3D printing, robotics, AI, 3D printing, blockchain, gaming, virtual reality. They're converging, they're super converging to the ability to enable us to do some incredible things and to even create entire new fields like digiceuticals or robotic surgery or artificial intelligence meeting radiology. And that gives us the opportunity to address grand challenges we have all around the world, from rising costs, aging populations, challenges with access to care, whether it's in rural California or in rural areas outside of Minsk or in rural Africa. We have challenges, again, with all the big information, how to make that useful and not just stuck on clipboards and being repeated and written down over and over again. And also our challenges with the regulatory agencies. In the United States, it's the FDA. In different parts of the world, how do the regulators bring these new technologies forward? How do the insurance companies, whether it's a state healthcare system, a socialized system like you have in Minsk, or a fee-for-service, regulate and pay for these going forward? And of course, technology is actually not the most important part of our health. It's our social determinants: access to clean water, food, vaccination, social connection, right? They're super critical. We have a epidemic actually of obesity in many parts of the world, right? Especially kids are getting obese very, very young. We can do simple things early. If you have a child when they're 6 months of age and they're starting to eat solid foods, don't give them a white rice cereal, give them whole grains. It changes their microbiome in their gut and dramatically lowers their risk of obesity and diabetes later. So need to pay attention to the core physiological needs. A lot of that is human connection and basic diet and other elements. Of course, we have some new needs like Wi-Fi and battery life, of course, is the most important need these days for many of us. Okay. So how's the world changed? I mean, in the Emerge conference, you're seeing many examples of disruption. Uber used to be the perfect example of an exponential company, not inventing any technology like mobile and GPS, but putting it together to create platforms like Uber, which you've had in many parts in Minsk and Belarus. I think sometimes it's failed based on the taxi people not liking it, for example. We've even seen examples of Uber Health helping bring vaccines to patients who have trouble getting to the clinic. We're seeing Uberization of doctor visits or pharmacy. So new ways of getting what you want and when you need it through your mobile devices. And some of those drugs and devices may soon be delivered to you by drone. It's already happening in many parts of the world. So new things are coming together and disrupting the way we do things. It's disrupting the big pharma companies. One size fits all drugs won't be the future. They're going to be more tuned to your genetics. So we've all seen the world change. Many old companies have been disrupted by new ones, right? Kodak has been disrupted by digital photography. Skype disrupted the phone world. And now, obviously, Zoom is disrupting how we do our meetings and even our virtual conferences. So as you think about the future, no one wants to be the next Kodak, right? You want to be Ubering yourself before you become the next Kodak or BlackBerry. So as Eddie mentioned, I've been the chair of medicine at Singularity University since it started 11 years ago. And the goal of Singularity University is to train today's leaders and future leaders to understand these rapidly moving technologies and how we apply them to education, poverty, the environment, and healthcare. I founded a program 9 years ago called Exponential Medicine, where each year we bring together 800 people from around the world to look at what are the technologies and ideas of today and where are they coming from in the near future to help us reimagine healthcare. It's not always about new ideas. Sometimes the difficulty lies not in the new ideas, but in escaping from the old ones. So it's often about mindset, meeting the new technologies and things going forward. So if you have some time later, go to exponentialmedicine.com. There's many, 100 plus great talks about technologies and systems and new approaches to healthcare that I'm only going to touch on briefly here today. All right, let's start with health and prevention. So critical. How do we think about staying healthy, health and wellness? Most of our disease is actually based not on our genetics, but our behaviors. So poor diet, smoking, not enough exercise, not doing your yoga, stress, too much alcohol lead to most of our chronic conditions around the world. In the era of COVID, which is becoming as a pandemic, it's our behaviors. Are you staying safe? Are you staying separate from people? Are you washing your hands? Are you wearing a mask? Are you not touching your face? Those are behaviors that can protect you and your family and your community. And clearly in Belarus now, there's a big challenge with COVID. It may not be as expanded as other parts of the world, but it's definitely coming. And on this exponential, it can be twice as bad in a week and then 4 times as bad the next week. So pay attention to that. And as I've learned, there's not enough potentially proactive measures being taken there. So take it onto yourselves to be doing the best you can for your own health and those of your community. So let's think about how you can measure your behavior today. The Fitbit only launched 11 years ago. Now we have an explosion of wearable devices that can measure almost every element of your physiology and behavior. How can we use those today to help your health going forward? Well, it might start with a simple wrist sensor that can track your steps and your sleep, but it's moving into sensors that can be inside your pill, for example, or digital patches that you can wear that can track an intensive care unit level of activity. We can use small data. Let's say your grandmother just had a hip replacement or a knee surgery. When they go home, we can track, are they walking more or are they walking less? Sometimes simple, small data can be useful to help manage a patient. And where we're going to go with this is many of us are data geeks, quantified self. You have that data on your smartphone about your sleep and your steps and your exercise, but it's moving from quantified self to quantified health. Well, that's going to connect to your doctor, your nurse, your pharmacist, your yoga teacher. They'll see how you're doing with your activity. They can use that to optimize your health and wellness, also to do early diagnosis, pick up disease early rather than late, and then for therapy to manage the feedback loops and see how you're doing and adjust. So let's look at some examples of what is being digitized. Obviously, scales have been digitized. Now you can not just measure your weight, you can measure your shape, how much muscle mass you have, how much fat mass. That might be useful information in many regards. The number one cause of early death and morbidity around the world is high blood pressure. And of course, you can measure your blood pressure with a cuff, but now we're seeing ways that can be done built into your watch band, or now new radar-based versions are coming. So you don't have anything, a patch or your wristwatch will measure your blood pressure. And knowing that information can be useful. We can go to the idea of insidables, data that's collected from our contact lenses, or chips underneath our skin are coming to market that can track multiple parameters, particularly for very complicated and sick patients. We can use that data in very empowering ways. Or the idea of a trainable. Many of us don't have good posture. So now you might want to put a little sensor on your back called Upright. You put the sensor on your back, and it's like your digital mother. It reminds you, if you have it on your back, if you're slouched over too much, it'll give you a little buzz and help you sit up straight. And that can treat lower back pain and give us better posture. And there's shockables and hearables that can be in your ear and give you music, but track your heart rate. Ringables that can track your sleep, for example. Sleep is such an important part of our health. So if you do nothing else, start to pay attention to your sleep and start to optimize that. There's some simple technologies, but just getting your sleep can be super important across the spectrum. Breathables. We can start to measure our breath. Molecules in your breath can give you signs of early lung cancer, for example, or metabolic disease, or maybe even signs of COVID or the flu. And speaking of breath and masks, masks can play a very important role in preventing the spread of coronavirus. It's hard to see people's expressions on them. We're seeing advancements in this, interesting applications like this one from AO Air, where it'll be seamless and integrated, and you can see what's happening through it. Or this very interesting approach where we may have other ways of protecting ourselves in the not so distant future. Sockables, your socks can track your health. For example, diabetic patients often can't feel their feet, and there may be ways that we can measure the health of a diabetic patient. Or these technologies are getting so cheap that you can put a sensor in your underwear, 10 of these in 10 pairs of underwear to track your breathing, your respiratory rate, your steps, your heart rate. This started as a wellness platform for managing stress and helping with meditation, but now it's being used to do remote patient monitoring for patients who have asthma or maybe have COVID and other respiratory ailments to see how they're doing when they're at home, to help manage them at home or bring them in to the hospital or clinic when they need to before they get sicker. We can measure our food, how many calories it has. Does it have peanuts or something you might have an allergy to? So we can measure input, and we can start to measure output. Lots of data in our food. And food is our most important medicine. Hippocrates said, let food be thy medicine, medicine be thy food. Now we can start to quantify our reaction to different foods, our metabolome, our genome, our blood sugar levels. And I think we're going to enter this future of very personalized nutrition going forward. Now, it's not just about wearables. We're in the era of invisibles. The camera on your smartphone now can pick up your heart rate, and may be able to soon be able to detect your blood pressure as well. So our connected environment is going to be used to track our health. Cameras can be leveraged for older folks who want to live at home and age in place. We can track whether they're upright, are they drinking, are they dressed? So our cameras can do that. Voice can be a biomarker for our health. Voice can pick up signs of heart disease. Voice can start to pick up changes in the voice that might be related to your coronavirus. But can the cough in your microphone pick up, is it the flu, or is it a cold, or is it coronavirus? Wi-Fi has been modified by engineers at MIT to pick up the vital signs of up to 10 people in a room at the same time. So we're going to have very interesting ways to monitor our health 24/7 seamlessly. So it means, for better or for worse, we're entering an age where our digital exhaust can be collected 24/7. Who owns that data? Hopefully you own that data and you can share it when you want to share it. Data is the new oil in a sense. But does your doctor want that data? Here's a cartoon. What is the doc? Just as I thought, you're generating too much data. It's not about the data, it's the actionable information. So how do we align incentives so your doctor can prescribe you a connected blood pressure cuff? And that data is integrated into their workflow instead of being overwhelmed with data and clicking on the computer. So if you're an entrepreneur, think about not just the technology, but the design. How does that get used going forward? So today I can actually take the data from my smartphone and connect it to my medical record at Stanford. The problem is my doctor there doesn't know what to do with all my, let's say, my data from my Fitbit. What does it mean? We're starting to learn, what does this digital exhaust mean in the real world? Google Health, Verily, is doing a project with more than 10,000 volunteers sharing their digital data, their weights, their blood pressure, their genomics, sharing that information so we can build better healthcare maps and build what I like to call predictalytics. So just think about the example of your modern car. Modern cars have 300 or 400 sensors in them. You don't even know about those sensors, but what you care about is when your check engine light goes on. So part of the future of medicine will be having your own personalized check engine light, taking lots of data about you and giving you proactive early warning before you have a problem with your body, the heart attack or stroke or cancer. And we're seeing examples of that. Wearables are calling emergency services if someone falls off a bike and hits their head. We're seeing examples of wearables predict who's getting the flu or not, and or platforms that are now looking to tell, kind of an Apple Watch, looking at your heart rate and other data, pick up who might have a viral illness like coronavirus. And as that integrates with our social network information, we're going to learn a lot about individuals and communities. And maybe in the future, before I meet Eddie and shake his hand or give him a hug, I'll know my risk of interacting with different individuals or when I'm in different locations. Eddie, I'm sure you're fine. Thanks. And hopefully we're starting again to crowdsource that information. Just like self-driving cars, Teslas build better maps and shares those with the other Teslas and upload those to the cloud. So we need to build a hive mind around healthcare and health information. But just because we have information doesn't mean we know how to activate that. Behavior change is hard. You know you need to quit smoking and exercise more and meditate and do your yoga. Sometimes you can have a real coach. But now and more we're seeing virtual coaches, digital coaches that can help you with everything from losing weight to managing your disease to helping coach you through mental health challenges. So we need to think about engaging each of us using digital coaches, using data so that you're engaged in your health and you can share that with your healthcare providers. The new drug is not some fancy drug or app, it's each of us engaged with our information and using that going forward. But that's not one size fits all. It needs to be designed differently. If you have a 17-year-old with type 1 diabetes and a 70-year-old, they have the same need to use insulin and manage their blood sugar, but you need to design the apps and user interfaces differently. And we might need different forms of coaches. Some of these coaches are becoming AI avatars that feel very, very real and can match the personality of the patient or the consumer using them. Voice can be a coach. There's an explosion of voice-based platforms like Amazon Echo and Google Home. And we're seeing many applications being based on these. Amazon Echo, when do I take my medicine? Or Google Home, help, I've fallen, I can't get back up. Will you be using voice? And I think the future will be as personalized health coaches that know you, your personality, can give information to you in the ways that you need it. Maybe you'll look in the mirror in the future and you won't see you of today, but you'll see you of the future. If you're working out, you're doing your exercise. Or if you keep smoking and having bad foods, what you look like, So I can see myself now and 100 donuts later. I might not have only one donut, not 100. Or if you smoke, what is going to happen to your physiology in your face before smoking and after smoking? If you see that in you, that might change your behavior. Or too much time on social media can be a challenge as well. And that gives us the ability to leverage amazing new technologies like augmented and virtual reality. These are my antique Google Glass. They have a lot of applications actually in healthcare. And the next generation of augmented reality is coming. That's going to help doctors, for example, leverage complex information and bring it to them in the point of care so we can leverage information in complex ways. It's going to enable doctors and surgeons to see through the patient and do surgeries and be guided step by step. That's already coming to reality. It's giving us the ability to do education. When you can take your children and educate them through a virtual reality shirt to see through their body and see what's happening with their heart and lungs, that can change their understanding of their health from a very early age. Here's my son Leo when he was 3 wearing this shirt. He has a much better understanding of basic physiology and how to stay healthy. And of course, then there's virtual reality. Many of you have tried virtual reality. It's getting faster and cheaper. It's fun to put grandma on a roller coaster. But actually, virtual reality with these technologies like Oculus Quest and Google Cardboard can be used for therapy. For folks with burn injuries and pain, they can go into cold environments and throw snowballs. We're seeing it being used for physical therapy to get people engaged in movement after they may have had a surgery or an injury. It's being used in scary places like hospitals to put people in calm environments. They can have a procedure, but be going to the beach in some beautiful location. It's being used even in interesting ways in Eddie's world of yoga. You can go and have a virtual yoga class and be guided by a real teacher or by the avatar measuring your movements and guiding you through a course of care. It's being used in mental health. There's apps, or just for mindfulness and meditation, you put on the app called Trip and you take a guided meditation course inside that environment. Or my favorite right now, I'm using this every day, is an application called Supernatural. You wake up, you put on your headset, you're now in a magical environment at the beach or on a mountaintop, and now you're engaging your body, you're doing exercise, you're being gamified, you're getting coaching as you go along. It's very engaging. I've done it now for 45 days straight, and getting my heart rate up there and exercising in a very kind of fun way, just in my living room. Now, for surgeons, we can use virtual reality. Now we can train a surgeon, or have one surgeon now do a surgery and have 1,000 or 5,000 people watching that surgery around the world. I was in London with my friend Shafi Ahmed doing that 4 years ago. Now virtual reality is exploding in teaching. So one doctor in Minsk can be teleporting into a surgery in San Francisco and being guided through that procedure. Or part of the future of medical education, if you're an orthopedic surgeon and you see a new case you've never seen before, you could go train for that. Just like at flight simulators, the surgeon could go into the virtual environment and now basically practice that procedure over and over again, just like a pilot would do in a flight simulator, and get that procedure right. So instead of, as I train, see one, do one, teach one, the future of healthcare education will be simulate, simulate, simulate until you get it right. All right, let's talk a little bit about diagnostics, right? So we've talked a little bit about some of the tools you can use to stay healthy, wearables to track your health and beyond. But we often do get disease. We want to pick up that disease early rather than late. It might be dementia, like Alzheimer's disease, and using new technologies like brain scans to pick up that problem 10 or 20 years early. Or even your eye tracking and video games or blood tests can predict who might get Alzheimer's disease. That's actually my brain. It comes color-coded, right? And these scanners are now getting cheaper. I had a full-body MRI done in less than an hour, and all my data came back. And using AI and machine learning, that my sort of health and wellness could be monitored at a very deep level. And no one really can necessarily afford to get a full-on MRI done every year. It's expensive, but these technologies are getting faster and cheaper. And part of the future may be you go to your corner pharmacy or clinic, and every 6 months or every 2 years, you get a full body MRI done in 10 minutes. And the results are analyzed with the help of an AI radiologist to give you those proactive results. And in reality, these MRI machines now are getting 20 times cheaper, 35 times more powerful at 10 times smaller size functions. So we can bring these MRIs in smaller and mobile ways. So lots of exponentials coming together there. And then more relevant for today is the idea of a bit of a digital doctor's bag. You don't need to go to the clinic to have diagnostics done. You can have the idea of, many of you have seen Star Trek, of a medical tricorder, single device that you have in your pocket that can give you the ability to track multiple vital signs and transmit that to your app or doctor. Or have a kit at home that might help with quarantine and monitoring a patient with coronavirus. So these are technologies that exist today when you bundle them together with telehealth, enable you to do smart things. These bundled kits, it won't be just telemedicine on the screen, but we'll have the ability to increasingly do virtual visits. Or stethoscopes that are embedded with artificial intelligence. They can listen to your heart and have an EKG and basically give you guided relevance. Or an ultrasound device with AI that can be doing diagnostics anywhere, anytime at very low cost. Or the EKG on your watch to pick up heart problems. Or the patch that can be used in a hospital or outside a hospital to monitor patients in smarter ways. So lots of examples are here. Of course, the laboratory is a key issue. You don't need to go to the lab anymore to do labs in some cases. They're coming to our smartphones. This one is on the market already. So increasingly, we're going to bring laboratories to our home, including low-cost ways like as cheap as doing a pregnancy test to analyze for coronavirus. And that brings us to the idea of a medical selfie, where for something as common as checking your urine for a urinary tract infection, you don't want to bring that urine to the lab. You can now dip the urine dipstick in the privacy of your own home, use our exponentially better smartphone camera to take a look at that data and transmit that back to the clinician going forward. And evenly more interestingly now, we can look at the sewage. Is there signs of coronavirus in the sewage? That seems to predict more than a week earlier when actual cases will arrive. So lots of new ways of doing that. So I'm running short of time. I'm going to try and summarize some of this. Now we can bring all personal genetics in there. The cost of sequencing a genome has gotten cheaper and cheaper. You can use your genomic information to pick the right drugs that might work for you in a personalized manner, or understand diseases at the genetic level, or increasingly start to use other elements like a microbiome. The bugs that are in our gut play a very important role in our health, our brain health, our heart health, what drugs work and don't work. So we're going to see increasingly the ability to analyze your microbiome and use that powerfully going forward. Now, the trick is, how do we make sense of this? How do we connect the dots? We have our genetic information, our digital information, our clinical information. It is overwhelming to us as patients, as humans, and also to our doctors and nurses and healthcare systems. So we need help. Artificial intelligence, AI, is playing a role. I call it IA, intelligence augmentation. It's already out there in the form of apps that can look at a skin lesion and determine is that a melanoma or a mole. It's being used in radiology to help radiologists make diagnostics on CT scans and MRIs. It's already being used to detect coronavirus in some locations. It can be used in pathology. It can be used if you're getting a colonoscopy to help the colonoscopist find lesions that they may have missed otherwise using image recognition. It's being used to look at the back of your eyeball with your smartphone to understand who's at risk for heart disease or stroke. And again, that can be done at very low cost. So very interesting ways AI machine learning is coming together. And eventually we'll sort of have our own digital twin that integrates that information for you and your healthcare provider. Now, none of this is going to replace the doctor or the nurse. We need to do the blending of technology and humans together. It's not man versus machine. So, that AI is not going to replace the doctor, but the doctor using AI will replace those who don't. And in many cases, the nurse or the community health worker can use these tools to do what a regular doctor used to do and bring more care everywhere by new providers. Let me finish up in the last couple minutes with therapy, right? Therapy is advancing in interesting ways. Maybe using convalescent plasma from folks who have recovered from COVID to treat COVID patients. Hopefully we'll have a vaccine soon for coronavirus and other diseases. Very important to get that to people who need it. But we have lots of new therapies coming forward. Gene therapy with technologies like CRISPR are enabling targeting of gene editing to cure diseases like sickle cell disease and thalassemias. We're seeing therapies blend to electroceuticals, the ability to treat things like sleep apnea and other elements. So devices under skin using electricity. What happens when your pacemaker, though, doesn't just treat your heart, but it can be hacked? We're getting hacked in terms of our medical data, but even our medical devices are getting hacked. So we need to think about new ways, not just to protect our bodies, but our healthcare systems using technologies like blockchain to layer on top of that information to keep it safe and private. Finally, we're entering an era of how we get care is shifting. Telemedicine is already here. You can talk to chatbots. Chatbots will increasingly do the first parts of care. They're exploding all around the world. Virtual care will blend with virtual reality. We'll see our virtual psychologist or mental health worker who comes to us as an avatar. We'll be prescribing apps increasingly. There's thousands of apps out there. Because there are actually so many of them, I've recently built a website called digital.health, which is a digital health formulary where you can start to find the tools that your doctor or you might want to use that match you. So check out digital.health. It's still a very early site, but a platform to help find the technologies that already exist. And finally, my favorite example of therapy now with technology is 3D printing. You can 3D print your braces or medical devices. We're seeing 3D printers help save the lives of patients in Italy where they 3D printed ventilator parts. We're seeing the ability to think about even maybe 3D printing your medication. I've been building a technology platform which enables you to replace the old pill bottle and a pile of pills with a personalized medication where you'll print your pill that matches exactly you and will have 5 or 10 medications in it instead of just one, and be a very personalized way to optimize your health and what you might need. So if you're looking for more information on that, I have a TED Talk out from about a year ago that talks about the future of the pharmacy in detail. All right, let me close with the idea that we all can contribute to the future of medicine. We can all be helping learn and reinvent everything from clinical trials for heart disease to diabetes to coronavirus. We're now in the era of digital clinical trials where we can collect our data and share it on mobile platforms. So I encourage all of you to be engaged in these sorts of platforms. We can think about the future and health of medicine as how different the world has shifted in the last 15 years. We used to drive with paper maps. Remember those? Now we drive with Google Maps and Waze and crowdsourced maps, all derived from our speed and location, shared from our mobile devices. What if we could all build better crowdsourced healthcare maps for health, diagnostics, and therapy around the world? So think of yourself not just as an organ donor or blood donor, but as a data donor going forward. And so I think the future of health, medicine, and wellness will be this convergence of many of the technologies I touched upon coming together in powerful ways. And if we have the mindset of accelerating technologies, and you're not just thinking about 2020, but where technology will be in 2025 and 2030, we really can build this brave future of health and wellness moving from reactive sick care to proactive preventative wellness and healthcare, from one size fits all to personalized, from siloed to crowdsourced. And I think that is our exponential future, where we don't need to be stuck in linear steps, but can start to take exponential ones going forward. So with that, thank you for your time and attention. Spasiba. I threw a lot at you. If you'd like a copy of my slides, just text your email only, to that phone number, and you'll get a deck that summarizes much of what I talked about. So with that, back to you, Eddie, and looking forward to some questions. Spasiba.
All right, Daniel, that was mind-blowing. As mind-blowing this time as it was the first time I heard you give that talk. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you some of the questions that came in, and I'd also like to preface it with, I appreciate the reinforcement you gave at the end there, that what this is really about is not just tech, but making our lives better and improving the quality of our lives, finding things before they arise and become problematic, and how we can be proactive about troubleshooting in advance, as well as many of the other things. And I think one of the things that happens with people who are very interested in data and measurements is, including me, is that sometimes we get lost in the measurements and forget that really what we want to do is be happy and healthy and help those around us. So, I appreciate that you brought that around at the end again, also to remind us why we're doing it. And I also appreciate that as a cancer doctor, as a clinician, you're taking the time right now to be with us, when you have patients to see and all that. So thank you for that too.
Sure. I mean, it's not about the data. It's about how you gather meaning for that and personalize it to you, and when it's appropriate, to connect that to the healthcare folks you work with. So we really want the technology to get out of the way. In our past model was interacting with medicine only when we got sick, and wellness maybe if you happen to go to the gym or the yoga studio. Now we can start to integrate this into our lives in more smart, personalized ways, just like when you're coaching someone doing a yoga pose. Not everyone is built the same way. You need to optimize that for them, and they may learn differently and be on a different part of their yoga and wellness journey. So part of the ability for these technologies is to democratize that anywhere. You're able now, doing virtual yoga classes, to meet hundreds or thousands of people in a single session. Virtual, digital, connected health and wellness and medicine can enable some of those same elements today. So it's about the technology enabling, not overbearing, but making it particularly useful. And again, especially when it can be proactive, to help optimize your health and wellness and prevent disease from ever happening in the first place.
So Dennis wanted to ask, we all saw the launch of Dragon Endeavour and have heard the CEO of NASA that they are planning to make a human base on the moon. Do you believe in that future in just 5 years? And what is needed from the MedTech project to help make that the reality?
Love that question. I'm a big space aficionado. You see it behind me, an Apollo 11 model signed by Buzz Aldrin. I did a lot of work with NASA. I was almost an astronaut. I made it to the very last stages of selection until my left eye acuity knocked me out. So I'm very excited about the acceleration of space exploration. It's taken a long time. 50 years ago, we were on the moon. We could have been back there before, and a lot of collaboration with the Russian space and U.S. and International Space Station. So I think we can accelerate this, but there's a lot of challenges on the health and medical side. The moon is pretty close, but going to Mars, it's almost a 3-year trip in many cases. It takes 9 months to get there, depending. We have radiation challenges, mental health and psychological challenges. How do you keep your physiology ready to return to Earth at some point? But I think space has inspired me, and many of the technologies that got us to the moon have been helpful for doing telemedicine and beyond. So I think it's an exciting endeavor, and is going to help push technologies that impact health and medicine, and help encourage the next generation of engineers and scientists to apply their lens to solving grand challenges like getting off this planet, but having the spin-offs that help everybody on the Earth as well.
So Dennis asked several questions in a row, so I'll just take one from him. Kate wanted to know, how do we avoid health racism and unethical usage of our health data by insurance companies?
Yeah, I think there's a big challenge and issue with health and data privacy. I think in general, if we're, as I mentioned the example of Google Maps or Waze, when we donate our data in hopefully a privacy-centric way, we can all get something back, like our traffic maps. I think if we're overbearing on the privacy side, that can limit data and our ability to learn. So I'm in cancer field. We've learned to get better and better, initially with children and then adults, by folks donating their data, entering clinical trials, but keeping that healthcare data safe and anonymized in most cases. So I think there's a blend and a risk profile that's important around privacy. So we need to use smart technologies like blockchain to enable that. It can go overboard with HIPAA and other rules that don't let data flow. I often make the bad analogy, the patient died, but their privacy was intact. They might have preferred to live with some of their data able to flow between hospital systems. If I'm in Minsk on a visit from San Francisco and I have a problem, I would love my data from my medical record to be able to move there seamlessly and easily. We've done that with banking. We need to figure that out for healthcare. It's called interoperability, and that's a big challenge across healthcare systems around the world. At the same time, we need to respect privacy, but also enable people to donate their genetics or their wearable data when it makes sense.
Beautiful. Ksenia Sholina from Valenta Pharmaceuticals wanted to ask, where do you see the main hub of health tech? What kind of universities, countries, VCs, pharmaceuticals support growth of health tech innovations in digital health consumer goods? Better. Sorry, let me read that last part again. Support growth of health tech innovations in digital health consumer goods better. Thank you.
I mean, I think health and innovation is global. You don't need to be in Silicon Valley or in an academic university or in a pharma company. The opportunities for each of us, we all have our own pain points. Maybe it's tracking our medicines, or we have a disease like diabetes or a lung disease. We all can see pain points. Now the ability is to innovate globally and to collaborate. One of the silver linings of this pandemic is that we see amazing amounts of collaboration and data sharing and teams coming together from all around the world. We may be soon launching an X Prize for cheap COVID testing, as an example. So I think you don't need to think about only being in Silicon Valley or in any other part. In any company or organization now can come together in new ways, leveraging the technology and ways of collaborating on Zoom or platforms like this. So I would encourage you to find the pain points you have, look at the technology that exists now and can come together and collaborate, and also have the mindset of what's going to be available with $100 genome in 2 years, or what sensors and wearables and phones will be able to do, or augmented reality in 2 and 5 years. Use the future lens to solve the problems of today.
I'm going to lump these next two questions together. One from Markej, very inspiring talk. There are almost 8 billion people on this earth. How can you make sure that these innovations will reach as many people as soon as possible? And then Dennis wanted to know again, what do you think of chipping of humans? Do you think it's safe, or it's an inevitable future?
What of humans? Chipping?
Chipping, yeah. Putting chips.
Well, I think, the power of these technologies, particularly the mobile phone, which is really a mobile medical device now, is that it can really democratize healthcare. China, which has not enough doctors in many parts of the country, has launched a couple years ago a company called Good Doctor. And I think over 250 million Chinese are using that platform blended with artificial intelligence and telemedicine to give them basic proactive health information, but also triage, and then can get them to medical care at an more advanced level when they need it. So we can democratize and bring and lower the barriers of health equity. I mean, there's a lot of disparity in who and where you can get healthcare. Now a rural clinic in Rwanda can have drugs and vaccines and blood delivered by a drone. And the community health worker who never graduated high school can use a mobile device or a portable ultrasound device to help do a diagnostic and maybe manage a complex case with the help of telehealth and consulting an AI or a highly trained specialist in a major city. So I think overall technology can really dramatically improve our ability to do health and wellness and public health. Again, most of the impact on health is going to be vaccines, clean water, good food, managing our environment. Global warming is going to have a major impact on human health through fires and famines and pollution. So lots of things to take into account there, but we can use technology for good. In terms of chipping people, many people are starting to opt into that. I think we're already in an era where we're blending technology into our bodies, whether it's a pacemaker or our smartphones. I don't think chips are necessarily the answer, but we'll see increasing interfaces between an API to our body that will be able to collect our data and hopefully keep that data private, but give us the ability to use it in smart, empowering, positive ways. There are many dystopian futures. AI can be used for good and for bad. You can 3D print a medical device. You can 3D print a gun. So we need to be careful about engaging the ethicists and the regulators and the policymakers to think a bit forward. Gene editing is a great example. Gene editing, CRISPR has great applications, but it was used unethically in China to make the first CRISPR baby. We need to be very forward thinking about some of the dangerous applications of this as well.
Wow. Okay, great. So we just got added 7 minutes because we have a lot of questions. So Daniel, do you know anything about a project called Folding at Home?
Folding at Home, I believe, is a crowdsourced project where anyone can log into the computer and help learn how to do protein folding, for example, to help with drug discovery. There have been other crowdsourced projects where people can look at blood samples from malaria areas and help diagnose malaria. So this whole idea of Fold It and others is the power of the hive mind to help with science in a crowdsourced way. There's other groups looking at the wiring of the brain, where a grandmother in Ohio was like the biggest contributor to building maps of neurons that can build a crowdsourced map where you're blending machine learning, human ingenuity, and vision together. So I think that's an example of crowdsourcing. It's in discovery, but also even seeing crowdsourcing in diagnostics, where someone can put on social media their undiagnosed rash or medical problem, and we're seeing medical detectives from around the world help solve and find the diagnosis, and in some cases crowdsourcing the cures.
That's really very interesting. I'm curious, like, say you take your regular civilian like me, and they're for the most part basically healthy, but there's some measures that maybe I should think about looking at. I'm inundated with information, and I don't really know how to choose what I should be watching. What would you recommend for entry-level people who want to start taking a look at different health measures? What should we be looking at?
Well, I think, as you know, I mean, the most important thing for your long-term health and wellness is getting 30 minutes of exercise, maybe 3 times a week, getting your heart rate up, taking a walk. I mean, very simple stuff. Doing mindfulness, meditation, stress reduction, keeping yourself limber through yoga and beyond. Those are simple, easy things to do at home. And getting enough sleep are kind of the top 3 almost for your mental health, lowering your risk of depression and obesity, and then, of course, diet. So the simple things I would recommend to anybody is, there's getting fancier and fancier Apple Watches, but there's very low-cost wearables, Fitbits. You can buy them out of China for $20 equivalents. Just get some insights into your behaviors. Are you a couch potato? Are you only walking 2,000 steps a day? Are you getting only 4 hours of sleep? You can look at your heart rate variability, and see if you're potentially overstressed. Use the insights from that to help guide yourself with little nudges to maybe go to bed an hour earlier, or walk up and down the stairs, or take a walking meeting. Simple behaviors and changes that you can do day to day can make a major impact downstream, and they may give you early insights to picking up disease early. Many folks have seen on the Apple Watch or others, they find that they're sitting down but their heart rate shows 130, twice normal, and it turns out they have a heart condition, and they can go in and potentially save their lives from sort of seeing those signals. So many simple things you can do. I would start with the basics.
What, does the Apple Watch measure heart rate variability?
It can now, and there's apps that are being built on top of these platforms that give me insights into, when I wake up in the morning, a score for my sleep. How ready do I seem based on my resting heart rate? If, for example, my resting heart rate is normally when I sleep 58 or 62, and it starts to creep up to 70 or something, maybe something's going on. Or I might diagnose sleep apnea. Many folks don't realize they have sleep apnea that leads to high blood pressure and many cardiovascular issues. Many folks might have genetic risks for things like diabetes and heart disease that's exacerbated by smoking and drinking. You don't need to get your genome done to look at your family history and realize that maybe giving up habits that are unhealthy or eating a little more healthy can dramatically change not just your lifespan, but your health span. No one wants to be 120, but not able to think and drink and walk and communicate. We want to extend our health span. And again, the earlier and more proactive you are, the better, but it's never too late to start.
Super. So, and I think that one last question I'm going to ask you also is going to be about like neuroregulation. A lot of the problems that we're seeing in the world with diseases are going to be end organs that are having problems like diabetes in the pancreas or overstress and adrenal fatigue, high stress and digestive disorders. There's many things. Many of the non-communicable diseases seem to be balanced by things like yoga and meditation and sleeping and eating well, because they are addressing some underlying neural regulation of the nervous system and homeostasis and stuff like that. So how can you see that we can use tech for overall general neural regulation for basic longevity?
Great question. I mean, we're learning more and more about our nervous system, how we're all interconnected. We're not organ systems. We're this synthesized being that is very tied to our mental state, the mind-body connection. And I think even the work that you've done, breathing, it's, ancient technologies can now be technologized. I have an app on my watch that tells when I'm stressed and encourages me to do a minute or two of breathing. And you built an app for that as well. And we're learning that sort of regulation, your parasympathetic versus sympathetic response, if you can learn to modulate that and have dramatic effects on your heart health, your brain health, your kidneys and beyond. So I think as we learn to integrate East meets West, it's no one solution, but how we can integrate healthy lifestyle, nutrition, social connection, mindfulness that hopefully can prevent some of these diseases. And even when we do have them, can help reverse them. Our friend Dean Ornish has done a lot of work that even advanced heart disease can be partially reversed with yoga, mindfulness, more vegan type diet. So there's lots of elements, and our neuroregulation is a key part of that.
Amazing. Daniel, I'm really grateful and appreciative that you spent the time to talk to us today. It was a fabulous presentation. The Q&A was just out of this world. And thank you so much for joining Emerge. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone on the Emerge team. Stay safe out there, stay healthy, and go create the future of health and medicine for all of us.
Do you want to show your text number one more time for your slides, if you would? That's for anyone.
I will try. It's the last slide has my contact information here. You can find me at danielkraftmd.net, on Twitter at Daniel_Kraft. And if you text your phone number, just your email. So if you text your email to that number on SMS, you will get in your email a copy of most of those slides and some ways to follow up.
And what is the name of the website you created where we can take a look at the different tech stuff that's going on?
It's digital.health. That's the domain, digital.health. And if you go to exponentialmedicine.com and you look in the videos, exponentialmedicine.com/videos, there's lots of amazing thought leaders content that looks into the near and more distant future of health and medicine. So I encourage everyone to take a look at what's out there and collaborate to come up with your own innovations.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Welcome back to the Wellness Stream at Emerge. Thank you all so much for joining. I'm thrilled to introduce our last presenter for the day, who is an old friend, Stacey Bendet, who is the CEO and founder of Alice and Olivia, and now the new app Creatively. Stacey founded her clothing company many years ago with the basic necessity for not a pair of pants that fit her. And so out of the desire to create her own really well-made pair of pants, she ended up founding an entire clothing company that is primarily run, operated, and staffed by women, about 1,000 female employees or so. She's in 85 countries, about 34 stores, maybe 800 outlets, I believe, for all of the products that she's making. As well as being an amazing entrepreneur, she also is a devoted yoga practitioner and a meditation practitioner. And her newest creation is called Creatively, which is an app that has been launched to help designers and illustrators and photographers and other creatives who need a platform for their work when LinkedIn is just not enough. So this particular platform makes it easier for brands to actually find and hire people for projects or positions. It's very visual, and Stacey's going to talk about that today, as well as talk about yoga, the importance of activism in her life, sustainability, and of course, fashion. So we're going to start off with a video of Creatively, and then we're going to give the floor to Stacey. So thank you for joining us. And Stacey is in California. She has 3 kids who she's homeschooling. She's running a company with 1,000 employees. So thank you for taking the time to be with us today.
I say yes to everything you ask me.
So let's go ahead and see that video. Go ahead. Go ahead, Stacey.
Oh.
The video.
Hi. Oh.
Yep.
I thought
The video already played.
yeah, the video played.
Yep, we showed it. Go ahead. You can begin.
Oh, well, I'm here today. I'm Stacey, and I think Eddie gave me a great introduction. I think I might actually need to hire him as my publicist. But I've been a practitioner of Ashtanga yoga for almost 20 years. I've practiced with Eddie for the majority of that time. He's been the most incredible teacher. And Ashtanga's always been a really big part of my life. It's how I start my day every morning. And, you know, about 18 years ago, I started Alice and Olivia, which is a global women's clothing brand. I feel like in this day and age, we're just as much about female empowerment as we are about clothing. And then a few weeks ago, I launched a platform called Creatively. And Creatively is exactly what Eddie said. It's really a LinkedIn for the creative world. I felt that for a long time, creatives didn't have a way to find jobs, and companies didn't have a way to find creatives that was really reflective of the way creatives work. And what Creatively is a very beautiful portfolio platform. It's really like the most beautiful gallery you could imagine for your work, with really technical kind of tools that are super easy to use to show full portfolios of work. And as a creative, you can use it to showcase anything from art to fashion to architecture, any type of resume or body of work that isn't representative on a white piece of paper. You're someone who would use Creatively. And as a company, companies will use it to both discover new talent, to hire talent globally, and to be able to set up projects that they want to do kind of virtually. I mean, think about how we're all living and working right now. We can sort of live and work from anywhere. And that's really what Creatively is about. It's about your creative life, your creative work, and being able to live and work anywhere in the world in this modern but sort of crazy age today. So Eddie asked me to come speak today, and Eddie, I mean, you lead. What do you want to talk about? What should we discuss? I'll answer anything.
Let's start with how activism is an important part of your philosophy and your company. And
yeah. I mean, it is. I've sort of brand collaborated in terms of activism since I started, because I've always felt that fashion allows us to share a message with the world. I've always felt that getting dressed up is a form of creative expression. And I've always felt that clothing allows us to really share a message each day with the world. I mean, I wore a black top today because it's, Blackout Tuesday. But the collaborations and activist work that I do are always about causes that are important to me as a person. This year we did a big project with an artist named LaQuena, and it was all about raising money for victims of human trafficking. And I collaged my entire store on the corner of Melrose and La Cienega with artwork that educated people with facts about human trafficking. But we also collaborated on clothing, and the clothing allowed people to wear a message, to feel like they were giving back to a cause. And that's how I look at activism when it comes to clothing. It's like I'm making something that is not only raising money for an effort, but also really allowing people to spread a message. It's art you can wear. So I've done dozens of collaborations to, not just raise money for causes, but to really raise awareness.
And as you said, the clothing we wear and how we present ourselves is going to carry a message. And so what you're doing is intentionally embedding the message in your clothing more than maybe just a t-shirt slogan. Also,
Yep.
T-shirt slogans, but maybe a little bit more. When you do things like you collage your store, how are you using tech and social media to spread the message of awareness that you're trying to get out into the world?
We're always using tech and social media. I mean, it's crazy. Social media has transformed the way a brand speaks to its customers, the way a brand listens to its customers, and the way we are able to share our art with the world. I mean, it used to be that your channels for sharing what you'd created were really limited. I mean, department stores were sort of the way we marketed, or if you got press in a fashion magazine, that was how you marketed things that you did. Whereas today, every brand has its own media company almost. Like, we all have a voice, we all have a platform. And for me, it's really important to use that platform for good. How can I take the million or so followers we have on Instagram and not just inspire them to buy clothes, but inspire them to be the type of women that I want Alison Olivia to be designing clothes for? How do we teach our customers? How do we collaborate with them? And we're constantly using technology for that. And the reason why I was so inspired to build creatively was that I felt like the way we find talent, the way we hire talent, the way we hire creatives was not using technology. We were using pieces like a white paper piece of a resume that did not reflect digital creative talent. So technology is transforming the way we live and work every day. I mean, look at how we've all transformed so quickly during this moment. Did you ever think that we'd be doing a conference like this? Did I ever think I'd be running my clothing company from Malibu with 18 devices around me? No, but we're doing it.
And coming back then to COVID-19 and how that's changing the face of how we do things, of course, all of your clothing stores are shut right now.
Yep.
And people, especially in America and in Europe, don't have an excuse to really get dressed in anything to go outside.
Yep.
I rarely change out of t-shirt and sweatpants unless I happen to to a Zoom call or something like that, so I put on a suit. But otherwise, how are you transitioning into the whole COVID reality and thinking about a post-COVID reality and still staying in touch with your fan base, with your customers?
Yep. Well, I actually think this period has allowed me to like connect more personally with our followers and fans. I've also tried to be really sensitive to the fact that, you know, there are a lot of reasons that people aren't getting dressed up right now. I mean, we have COVID, we have riots, we have 40 million people in the United States that are unemployed. And I've tried to be really sensitive to that. And, you know, we kind of quickly went on sale because I said people don't really need clothes right now. And a lot of people don't feel that they have a budget to spend on clothes right now. So, and we have to sell these clothes to sell in business, to stay in business. So let's have a big sale and let's make that like a positive thing. Let's make something that we're doing to support our customers as much as shopping is supporting us. So that was like kind of one of the things we did, you know, and beyond that for right now, I mean, most of our sales obviously right now are online, whether you're buying Alice and Olivia from aliceandolivia.com or from a department store. You know, we're not able to safely open our stores. We were just starting to reopen in locations and have curbside pickup and have socially distanced shopping appointments. But the problem right now is that we now have riots and we have violence in the streets and we have store windows being smashed. And I think right now it's up to every person and every brand to stand up and say, we support the Black community. We want change in this country. We need our police forces to be trained better and differently. And those messages, at least to me right now, are what's important in terms of what I'm sharing on social platforms. It's not really about sharing a beautiful dress right now. It's about sharing opinions and ideas on how we truly create change in the United States.
Exactly, about sharing the beauty of every single individual, regardless of the color of their skin, their sexual orientation, race, religion, anything. And I have noticed that a lot of the major clothing companies have really been speaking out for supporting Black community.
Yep. You know, I think the fashion industry is amazing in that it's always embraced diversity. It's always embraced people of all, like, it's always embraced equality. I mean, of all the, like, you know, sort of corporate entities and industries in the world, we are the most diverse. We are, you know, the ones who employ the most women. And I think that's something that we've just always naturally been inclined and inspired to do.
I keep muting my microphone because the helicopters start flying overhead around this time and going until about 5 in the morning or so. So now it's not so bad. There's only 1 or 2 outside, but pretty soon there'll be more. Kate wanted to ask, how do you address conscious consumption trend as a fashion company? If anyone else has any questions, please put them up. But how do you address conscious consumption trend as a fashion company? And just so you know, Kate is in data analytics and in design and in platform creation. So she's got a very knowledgeable head on her shoulders for all of this.
I like to think that we've always been a conscious company. And in the last couple of years, we've moved much further along in being a sustainable company and brand. I've always been very, very cautious in terms of saying that, you know, we're sustainable or labeling it, because I didn't start that way. You know, I started Alice and Olivia in 2002. So I think that as a company and a brand, I've always been a person who doesn't like waste. You know, I'm 95% vegan. We've always been a very conscious company because that's who I am. But in the last few years, what we've really done is just created like sustainable committees throughout the company. And we've worked on shifting our fabrics to working with mills that are more sustainable, that use organic yarns. We've actually been working really closely on trying to make sure that we're, like, up until this year, being zero waste in terms of our use of fabric. Obviously with COVID, that became really difficult because we had lots of extra, sorry guys, I'm gonna, I think, is that me dinging? Sorry. Up until COVID put a really big strain on our efforts to be zero waste in terms of fabric use, because we were left with so much liability when we had to cut back orders. So that was a harder thing to do. But as a company, we, you know, we are mostly paper free. We try to have I was actually working right before this all happened with certain restaurant delivery services to try and make New York City go plastic free. I thought that the biggest area of waste in my company was not actually like fabric yardage or you know, paper. It was actually food waste. Like, we're in New York City, we're a bunch of women, everyone orders a big salad for lunch, it comes in a plastic bowl. So I was actually had this mission to work with all the restaurants in New York City through the restaurant delivery apps to go plastic free. And I actually found them resources to have, like, you know, sort of bio containers and things that were biodegradable. And we were working with the mayor's office. So that's who I am as a person. And I try to bring that into everything I do as a company. Some of the efforts that we were doing this year were really derailed just because of the crisis. So we'll get back to it though.
And you also had the, I remember when you were showing me some of the sustainable clothing you were trying to develop, and you said, well, we decided that we weren't going to do things out of recycled soda cans because who knows what chemicals are outgassing into people's skin.
Exactly. So, and again, when I speak of being, instead of calling ourselves a sustainable company, I call ourselves a conscious company. And we also actually have a capsule line that is called our consciousness line. And while working on that, to me, it was about materials that were organic, yarns that were sustainable. It wasn't about things being necessarily recycled, because I felt that in terms of clothing, exactly what Eddie said, if it's a neon yarn that's recycled from plastic or garbage, I don't believe that those materials are what's best for a woman. So instead of always saying we are a sustainable brand, we focus on being a conscious brand because we always want to put the woman first. And it's the same thing with like faux furs and other things. Like, some of those are just not healthy materials. So my focus is always on like things being eco and healthy for a woman's body. Also, as a brand, we do things like we have a sustainable committee. We also have a committee, like a wellness committee in our office. We have yoga classes and Pilates classes. We've even moved some of those online during this period of working, working from home. So we're always doing things to just try and uplift and inspire and really make everyone who works at Alice and Olivia feel good, and all our customers feel good.
Yeah, and you have a lot of content that's going online with you doing yoga every day on your Instagram.
I did. I was so when I first came out here, I really live streamed it every day, and I would do either primary or intermediate series Ashtanga, and every once in a while I would do like a third series too. But it was really about just giving people, something. I was trying to share something that they could do every morning, being, very honest that if they wanted a full instructional hour, they should go to you, Eddie. But it was really nice. I felt like I was connecting with so many people by just sharing my practice and just, kind of showing them the basic series of Ashtanga. It got a little harder in the last month or so because one of my daughters ended up having like a morning Zoom that I had to get her on every day that kind of was in my yoga slot time. But and so I was doing yoga while she Zoomed, but I couldn't live stream it. But I did for the first couple months. I was really like, what can I give to everyone to just, make them feel a little bit better every day? Like and practicing Ashtanga every day has been such a big part of my life. I thought if I could just share that, even if it was just a live stream of my practice, that maybe it would inspire others to take that up too.
When you think about life, quote unquote, after COVID, which is nobody knows what that's going to be like. Right now, and there are, of course, going to be changes, but right now, what are some of the learnings that you're taking with you as you look the next year into the future? We just have a few minutes left. Thinking into the future, what are some of the learnings that you have about consumerism, about your company, and about the beautiful world?
Well, unlike other, sort of difficult times we've been through in history, I think that this is going to change the way we interact socially more than ever before. And I think that for a long period of time, events will be smaller, gatherings will be smaller, the number of people in offices will be smaller, the number of people who work from home will be greater. And I think my job as a designer is to look at that and say, how is that going to change the way a woman dresses? What do I want to design for her lifestyle now? How is her lifestyle changing? And I've been thinking about that all day, every day during this, because I think that this pandemic isn't over, and it's something that we won't not think about in the future. Like, we won't go through a winter without wondering if there will be another pandemic, another flu that causes us to all need to stay home. I've been designing masks because I think those are like the ultimate accessory of 2020. So I think it's just about shifting and pivoting and understanding, the sort of social and emotional effects of what we've all been through, and how we're going to carry those with us over the next few months or years.
Tell us a little bit about the Mask Initiative, how that started, and what you guys did, and how you were also working with other companies and where that led to.
Yeah. So right at the beginning, well, I guess early on in this, we started working very quickly to try and make masks to just help provide protection for the healthcare workers. And very quickly, the healthcare workers' needs were sort of met. But what everyone kept saying to us is everyone else needs to wear a mask. And so we decided to create a program called Buy a Mask, Give a Mask. And for every mask we sold, we donated a mask to not just hospitals and healthcare workers, but also like shelters, homeless people, anyone that basically needed masks donated, we would give to. And we're actually continuing those donations throughout this year because we think there's going to be a surge in the need for them in the fall. But right now it is so important for people to remain masked. Whether you're going to the grocery store, whether you're going for a walk, like wearing a mask is not just protecting yourself, but it's protecting others. So my idea was like, let's make them fun. Let's take the stigma out of wearing a mask, feeling like something scary and like hospital-like, and let's make them fun. And so we made all these really cute, fun printed masks. And, I'm hoping that our Stace Face masks are just a sort of symbol of people helping each other, people coming together. And we're actually relaunching the masks again next week. And the masks will be, instead of Buy a Mask, Give a Mask, it'll be Buy a Mask, Give a Meal. So for every mask we sell, we're donating 10 meals via No Kid Hungry. So buy masks.
Amazing. Where can people go to find those?
They will be on AliceandOlivia.com June 8th.
Amazing. So if any folks have any questions they'd like to put into the Q&A section, please go ahead. Otherwise, I know you have a busy day ahead of you, and I think we covered everything from yoga to activism to COVID to life after and where you see the trends going. Any parting thoughts that you'd like to share with everybody about your views on the intersection between all of these things? Did we lose the connection? Can you hear me there?
They have no questions for us, Eddie.
Nope. No questions. That's fine. Good. Then you're off the hook.
All right.
We already asked. Well, thank you very much, Stacy.
All right.
Good luck with all the kids out there.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. thank you all so much for tuning in today for the first wellness stream of the Emerge Tech Conference. It's been an amazing day with fabulous speakers. We've heard from Akash Mehta about socially conscious use of social media. We heard from Eliza Vinokurova about biohacking and how we can maximize learning and brain function, as well as many other biomarkers. We heard from the amazing Daniel Kraft about all the med tech which is going on. And then we finished up with Stacy Bendet from Alice and Olivia about her new platform Creatively, and as well how her global company run by staffed by about 1,000 women addresses things like socially conscious consumption, sustainability, and so many other topics. And as well, in the middle, we had a great dialogue with Misha Lyalin, moderated by Vladimir Batayev, about the future of online yoga and fitness. So our themes today, we're looking at life after COVID, but also what's the intersection between tech and wellness, and how can we use tech to improve our personal wellness so we can live happier, healthier, more sustainable lives. And I think that we covered a lot of that today. Tomorrow, we are going to have a conversation and a talk by Dr. Deepak Chopra. He is a doctor and an innovator in the field of mind-body medicine. He's published 90 books. Many of them are New York Times bestsellers. He's going to be talking about the future of tech, wellness, and leadership, as well as looking at everything from the view of consciousness. And he's going to take us on a journey about what is consciousness, how are we conscious beings, and how can we use our base as consciousness to create the universe and the world that we want to live in. So that will be at 8 p.m. Minsk time. It'll be 10 a.m. in California and 1 p.m. here in New York, where I am. So please tune in tomorrow for Dr. Deepak Chopra, 8 p.m. Minsk time, 10 a.m. California, 1 p.m. New York City time. It's going to be a fantastic talk. Bring your questions, and we look forward to seeing you then. A big thank you to the entire Emerge team, all of the tech team, all of the sponsors, everyone who has made this possible, especially Leonid Losner, who is the founder of EPOM, the smart clothing company Satoshi from Latvia and Belarus, and the LA-based well-being ecosystem Aware Now. So we're going to call that for a day today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Get a good night's sleep, and be energized in the morning for another great day of the Emerge Conference.